Hello, guys, and welcome. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. This is Saturday. Today is Saturday. Is it the first or the second of the month? I can't remember. I think it's the first of the month. Gotta make the money, man. Good afternoon and welcome. Make sure you drop a line as you're coming in, so that way I know that you are in. Magic Man, what's going on, brother? Good to see you on here. Here at the park and see how many people go crazy with me doing live here on my phone. Cambodia. A lot of crazy stuff happening. Lily, that's not nice, is it? Just keeping it real. What's going on, brother? Man, living the dream. Yeah, I already know that, the Dosito. Mentioned that. I mentioned that a long time ago. Yeah, it's the pardon is for anything that has happened and that will happen. That's the pardon that he got. It's just a big blanket pardon. Yeah, nobody has a problem with that apparently on the left. I'm sure some do, but it is what it is. That's when he started doing the research on that. His Dr. Fauci has worked for several presidents, brother, and so his pardon goes all the way back there. I'm not sure. 2014, 2014. What the hell happened in 2014? I don't know. I mean, he's been through there. Um, he was known for AIDS, for the HIV virus, and then we had the swine flu, and all the recommendations that he's been giving and saying. They don't want him to get in trouble for whatever the reason is. I will tell you this. Yeah, bro, I wouldn't even worry about it. It's just anything medical that he has advised any president that anybody might want to go look into. I think by now it's a waste of time. The only thing that we can hope to get out of it is to expose the corruption of the fake Democratic Party. That's about all we can hope for. I don't think that anything else is going to happen. I don't think there's going to be any justice being served for the people. President Trump still fighting for those for the Americans, that were screwed over on January 6th, and I think that what President Trump is doing, trying to get the veterans, some priority. I think it's something that should have happened a long time ago, but at least he's doing it. What's crazy is I was watching some videos, some video clips from the president of El Salvador, and it's interesting how he sees things the way that I see things. It happens when you're educated. It happens when you're in the know, what's going around, in your country. And one of the things that Nayib Bukele says, it is something that I always tell you guys. The people who are law abiding, the American citizens who really stand for this country, they don't have a problem with with us doing what we're doing. But those who are un-American, anti-American, those who are criminals, those who are abusing people, those who are taking advantage of illegal immigrants, those are the people that oppose us. Criminals fight against those who stand for the law. Now, you can always, lie to yourself and you can say this and that, but you know, think about the way that we vote. Look at Spain right now. Why is Spain being so screwed over right now? Well, criminals voted in for a criminal to be their prime minister. They voted for a moron. What do you expect? He's not going to protect their people. He's not going to protect their country. And that's what we're trying to avoid here. They can speak well. You can say that they speak better English than me or whatever it is. You can say whatever you want. But just because somebody speaks better or it speaks more eloquent, that they are better people. No. Sometimes that's the worst people. One of the reasons why I like President Trump, it's he's a millionaire. The guy is rich. He's a billionaire. But he doesn't, how can I say? It's not that he doesn't show off. Of course he does. He likes to be the center of attention. So do I. It is a quality of a Gemini. It's what we like to do. We like to be the center of attention. But that doesn't mean that we're jerks. That doesn't mean that we're selfish. That just means that we are, extrovert. We're not introvert. And we're outspoken. We don't sugarcoat the truth. We tell the truth straight up. And a lot of people like to lie and deceit because that's the only way that they know how to get what they want. See, there's a good way to get what you want, and there's a bad way to get what you want. And the latter is not what you want. There was a quote that I was shared. Let me see if I can read this quote. I really like it. My man sent me this quote, and let me switch accounts here really quick. Hold on. Let me see. Let me add Google. Come to Papa. There's a quote. There's a quote that let's see if I have a passkey for these. Normally, I don't do research on this phone, to be honest, but let me see if I can find this quote. It's a really good quote, and if I can put it on my, that's right. Big booty Latinas can stay. That's not a problem. That's always good. What was that? Iran hacking water supply systems in the Midwest? I haven't heard it. Let's see. I'm not sure what he said. Is that right? Let me take a look at that story. Well, let's take a look. Let's take a look. What is the source for that? So the Department of Justice did the investigation, and they found that the damage to the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool was caused by a botched contractor installation, not vandalism. That was a report from BBC, which is okay. All right. The good thing is that, when you have things like this, you know, I keep telling people, you need to get off this Trump derangement syndrome. We should always be questioning. We should always question, and we should always use our justice department to be able to get justice served. If something is not what we thought it was, that's what investigations are for. I don't see why people will have a problem with that. Democrats, the way that some, and then just say leftist people, right? Leftist mentality people. You guys think that if President Trump says one thing, and then there happens to be an investigation, and it turns out to be something different, you guys think that's like some sort of victory, that Trump is a bad guy? I don't understand where this logic comes from. I don't understand why you think that way. I think that is great. Listen, when we talk about, the election was rigged, why do we say that? Because we saw boxes of ballots that, were found, that were never received to be counted. We saw tens of millions of illegal immigrants come through the border during the Biden administration, and they did that on purpose. They did that so that they can continue to cheat in the system. And you're like, well, Dennis, why do you say that? Well, here in Washington State, they have found a few illegal immigrants who actually voted on the election. Now, they say it's not a big deal because it's like maybe one or two people, right? Okay, fantastic. But here's the thing. If there is one person that got through there, if there is questionable actions, we should be able to investigate, just like with the pool. What's that? He lied on the purpose to cover his mistakes, and that's bro, Fox, let me hear, man. I want to try to be really nice today. I'm going to try to be really nice, and I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt that you are a reasonable person. I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt. Listen, do you think Trump went down to the reflecting pool and just grabbed people? There was vandalizing. And it's obvious. People actually said that they did. What they said was that the problem with the pool wasn't because of the vandalizing. But I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt. And I'm just going to say that you're a reasonable man. Do you think that Trump went down to the reflecting pool, made the investigation himself, and he said, oh, vandalism? No. I don't understand why people are so retarded. With this whole Dr. Fauci thing, what did we say as American citizens? Wait a minute. President Trump said nobody can travel from China because Fauci told them that the virus was very serious. Now he goes in there and he says, okay, no travel from China. What do Democrats and everybody else do? Xenophobic. They started saying all this dumb shit. Listen, the president is going to do what he thinks or what he believes is the right thing to do. It's the bottom line. If he is wrong, then it needs to be corrected. You should always question it. But that doesn't mean that you're going to go over there and accuse them. And that's a big difference to me. That is something that you people on the left actually are. This is why I called you guys retarded. You guys have no critical thinking skills. You don't use common sense. But don't worry, I'll give you a chance to call in. That's what's fantastic about this show. When we're live, you get to call in, and then you get to tell me your side of the story, and then we can talk about it. Dr. Fauci said that masks were not necessary. We heard this. He said it. And then he told Trump, say the masks are necessary. So Trump says they're necessary. And then he says, no, they're not necessary. Listen, Trump has advisors. Trump has people that give him information, and then he makes a decision on that information. If the military tells President Trump that a mission was a success, he's going to look at it, and then he's going to tell us the mission was a success. If he has, Trump has lost more money, buddy. Trump has lost money being president. Don't kid yourself. Don't be listening to these lies from the legacy media and those the DSA, please. We know the rats that they are. So don't even bring that shit in here. He's lost a lot of money, and he's gonna make more money anyway. But you know what? That's the kind of businessman he is, and I'm okay with that. We'll get to the point to where you have to understand if the manager has teams, supervisors to go and look at these things, the supervisor is going to give the information to the manager is going to look it over, and then he's going to give it to the public. Most of the time, people want the president to say everything that is happening. Funny enough, they didn't worry about Biden not even being 1/10 of transparent as President Trump has been. You guys should at least appreciate that. It's because rolling. It's because of the comments on the chat. See, this is why I always tell people, please stay on the subject so we can continue to talk about that, right? The trolls, they come on the chat just to distract me and to distract everybody else on there. I try to be nice to people, and I try to answer their questions as best as I can. But that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is. So, all right, let me, you know what? I'm going to ignore every single comment that comes through here, and I'm going to stay on task, okay? If I have any mods in the chat, just delete every single negative comment from the libtards, period. I don't care what it is, okay? All right, with that being said, if I have to name somebody to be a mod, I will make, oh, there we go, a green substance. Just clear the chat. Listen, until I say that I'm going to read some comments, substance, just delete every single negative comment on the chat from the libtards. You know who the trolls are, so just get rid of this garbage. Fuck these guys. They're going to come over here just to disrupt the chat. That's not what we're here for, okay? So let's make sure that we get rid of all these pieces of shits off the chat. Mr. Mikey, please, by all means, I appreciate you as well. All right, so here we go. Let's go ahead and do a little restart. Let me go ahead and restart with President of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele. The president of El Salvador, Nayib Bukele, he is being fought. It's kind of like like President Trump right now. He is being fought by the libtards of El Salvador. They want human rights for prisoners. They want prisoners to have better beds. They want TVs. They wanna do what they have been doing all along. Okay. First of all, if you commit the crime, you are not part of society anymore. You need to be punished. And that's how it should be. It is a deterrent for you not to be a criminal. When you start giving them visits of girls, hookers, into prison, you give them TV, you give them cell phones. These guys are not in prison. They're on vacation. They're on vacation. And they're getting 3 meals a day, etc. You know what? Nayib Bukele says, no, you're criminals. As a matter of fact, here is some news about El Salvador. President Nayib Bukele has put in all the gangbangers in jail, all corrupted politicians in jail, people that have taken literally millions of dollars. And they, my friends, they got no answers. So he's putting them in jail. And what President Nayib Bukele is now saying, all right, there is so many criminals. We got most of these gangbangers in jail. I don't think it's right that we have to spend so much money feeding these guys 3 meals a day and wasting taxpayer dollars for somebody that has a sentence of 750 years. Can you believe that? That's a life sentence. It is a life sentence, but some of these criminals are such horrible criminals that they have multiple life sentences given to them. So President Nayib Bukele is now seeking death penalty for these murderers, for this rapist. And I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great idea. As a matter of fact, I think that we have enough traitors on the Democratic side. I think we have enough traitors so that we can put them to death as well. Now, not by our own hand, but through the criminal system, proven that they are really proven without beyond the benefit of doubt. They are proven to be guilty as traitors. They should be put to death. That is the punishment for being a traitor to the United States of America and to the countrymen of the United States of America. With that being said, I noticed that the way the President Nayib Bukele thinks the way that I do, and it is a common sense approach, and we have this thing where we are observing what's happening. We're always vouching for respect the law. We want to reward law-abiding citizens. We want to reward migrants that come to this country legally. We want to be able to be people that stand for good, that stand for the law. Does that mean we're perfect? Of course not. Nobody will ever be perfect. We're stupid if we think that we're going to be perfect at some point. It doesn't work that way. But I can tell you is this: only criminals are against obeying the law. Only criminals are against this country staying great. And that's a fact. So we have millions, tens of millions of illegal immigrants in this country. And we're seeing the effects. I showed you guys a video yesterday. I'm sorry I didn't go live last night. I apologize. I took the rest of the day off after I had my date with my wife. But, we're looking at this whole, everything is happening. And I showed you guys a video of what Mondani is doing in New York with the grocery stores. Now, I'm going to say this. The whole time that I am explaining what's happening, the whole time I'm showing the proof, showing the video, so that the leftists or some of the people that doubt that we stand for the truth, so that they can look at it themselves, so that they can use their critical thinking, and that they can make their own decision as if what we're saying is true. And so I showed a video of Mondani, right, buying or having like 5 or 6 grocery store owned by the government. Check this out. As a communist, what happens is this: you have to get rid of competition. You have to make the people depend on you 100%. This is why they always start government calling themselves socialist. See, socialist sounds very attractive to a lot of, especially the young people. There's a lot of people my age and older that they know what it's all about. And so they start with socialism, and then they get to be in power by coming in there pretending to be socialist. But his first action was this. His first action, and you're going to see more Democrat candidates doing this. His first action was blaming a landlord for issues that need to be repaired in apartment communities. Now, the reason for that is because tenants are not paying their rent. And then the landlords are getting grilled with extra property taxes. They are raising their taxes cost of doing business. They're raising the excise tax. They have the all these regulations that they want to put on them. They make it impossible for landlords to actually make a profit and to be able to take care of these properties. So he immediately threatens them with sending somebody to fix all of these issues, even though there's no money to pay them. And then when they take that bill to the landlord and the landlord can't pay it, then Mondani takes the property away from them. Imagine you're working your whole life and you acquire this apartment community And you got it because you want your children to have something to fend for themselves. You don't want them to struggle. You want them to have some wealth. And you do this and you build it. And all of a sudden, a communist governor or mayor comes in and takes that property away. That's communism. With the grocery stores, it's the same result, different approach. They come in and they said, we are going to go ahead and sell the groceries at 30% less than anybody else. You are killing the competition. Now, if it was me and you, private owners, competing, we're going to lower the price, but there's a percentage, like a 3% most, that we can play with, because we still need to make money. We still got to be able to replenish. We got to buy more supplies. We got to pay bills. We got to pay employees. And yes, I'm making more money because I'm investing more time. I'm making more investments. I'm putting more money in. I am multiplying that money, but the government continues to take it. Eventually, I won't be able to afford to have a grocery store. With that being said, he's trying to put out of business every other grocery store out there. Here's the catch. He has government owned groceries, but they won't have everything you need. They will have most of the things that you need. And you're going to go there, and a lot of people have already told me. A lot of people have already told me that they don't have what they need. They sell you all these other things that are, I don't know where to get this product from, but they sell you things that are kind of off. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe they made a deal with the devil. Who knows? But the point is this. They are taking out the private grocery business owners, okay? That is a sign of communism. Once they are out of business, the people will have no choice but to depend on the grocery-owned stores by the government, okay? That's it. And then I showed you a video of communist not Nicolas Maduro, of Hugo Chavez, and how he started having the government grocery owned by the government, and they started doing the same thing that Mondani is doing. The private competitors, they were told they cannot sell their product at this price, and they started running out of supplies because they didn't make money to keep replenishing supplies, to continue their business, their grocery stores going. Everybody knows Dosito is in here. You guys know, you already know that you need to make how much money here. Let me ask you a question. Dosito, you're a businessman. If you're a businessman in here, tell me, what is the profit that you have to make every single month in order for you to replenish the supplies? Okay, put that on the channel. Let's see if we can get something in there. But I can tell you this, after those grocery stores shut down, the government have full control of it. And then before you know it, now instead of having chicken and beef, you will have chicken, and that's it. That's it. The government will squeeze the life out of you. I've seen it happen. And then, in the chat, 50 to 60%. There we go. And in the chat, you got all these libtards, all these people throwing, insults and saying this. And I'm like, bro, just pay attention to what's going on. You'll make your own decision. I'm explaining it to you the way that I'm explaining it. You can believe it or reject it, or you can do whatever the hell you want with it. But I want you to make your own decision. And so we're seeing this thing happening in Venezuela. I'm giving the example of Venezuela because this is here. It happened already. In our time, even 18-year-olds today would have heard about this. And so Hugo Chavez is going out there. Boom. All of a sudden, Hugo Chavez does not have enough product on the shelves. People are starting to go hungry. Poverty levels in Venezuela hit up to 90%, probably more. Poverty level. Can you understand that? Going from 3% poverty level in the nation all the way to 90. You got to tell me why socialism and communism always go hand in hand, because socialism is just a face, it's fake. What they want is communism, because that's where the government has full control of you and the money. This is why we think different. But Hugo Chavez didn't just stop with the grocery stores. He started taking businesses away from business owners. Oh, the jewelry is too expensive. Okay, what building is that? And you can look it up. Look it up. I recommend you look Hugo Chavez communist documentary. See what you find, and then you will see him pointing at businesses. Okay, what is that building right there? What business? Oh, this is such and such business. Okay, we're taking that away. And what about that corner over there? Yeah, we're taking that away as well. And what is that? Well, that's the plaza. That's where they have the jewelry. Okay, we're taking that away. He took away the property from everybody. That's communism. He controlled every single market, and 90% of the Venezuelans pay for it. Let me just remind you, over 8 million Venezuelans left because of communism. Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? Listen to our mentality, and you can agree or disagree with me. Listen to our mentality, and I know that this is going to be more of a Marxist communist example. They want you to work. Listen to this. They want you to work, but don't work too much. Just work enough for what you want. That's communism. That's Marxist, okay? But look at the way that we think. We believe the more you work, the more you can acquire. And if you sacrifice more time, if you invest money here and there, you might be broke for now, but when the time comes up, you're going to be rewarded, and you're going to have all this wealth that you were able to create. I'm telling you, that's the way it works. We believe the harder you work, the more you should be rewarded. The leftists with a Marxist mentality, they are telling you, I'm going to go to Europe with this example. I guarantee it to you. Listen, they tell you, okay, they tell you just work as much as you need to take care of your needs. That's it. Don't work to make money. Don't work to get wealthy. It's not important. Don't worry about it. Keep depending on us. When our enemies come and take over, the government, guess what's going to happen? You're screwed. You have no independence. And so right now, we have the Constitution. We have all the amendment rights. We are able to defend ourselves. We have the First and the Second Amendment, which is the most important ones. But we know what? We have a Constitution. We have rights. And once you give in to communism, you lose all those rights. And I don't give a shit how much you pouch and how much you yell or how angry you get. You can never get it back. And then by then it's too late. And we're going to sit here, and am I going to be satisfied? Fuck no. Because I've been warning you. I've been telling you. I'm trying to save you from drowning, but you're drowning me. It's a mindset. It's a mindset. You know, if I stop doing this show, if I stop doing my lives, whether it be my mobile car or I be in my home studio, if I stop doing this show, it's because I believe that the money is not good enough. But that just tells me that I have to go somewhere else and get money. If that's what I need, that's what I'm going to do. See, that's what we believe. As Americans, forget about Republicans. As an American, that's what we believe. If you have a need, you go and work for it. Am I right? Am I right? If you have a need, you go and work for it. Right? Don't deflect. Don't deflect, you libtards. But if you are on the left, your answer is no. Just tax the rich. We get more money that way. Tax the rich. What if there was no rich? Who are you going to tax? yourselves. Who are you going to tax? The mentality of the lazy, the fools that always lean to the left. You guys have no common sense. No common sense. Sometimes I feel like, like why are these people so retarded? And I try to, make sense of things, right? And I've been saying this since the 80s, 90s. I've been saying this. Why are they playing shows that keep showing children? Not just teenagers all the way down to children. Why do they always show Disney movies, Disney shows, comedy skits, where the parents are a bunch of pussies, where the children tell the parents what to do, where the children are so rebellious, they call their parents names, and we just thought, that's kind of messed up, but it's just a show, it's just a movie, you know what I mean? It's just a show, and they don't realize that they're being indoctrinated. You see, the more they force us to work, the more our children get stuck watching TV. That's just how it is. They pushed in this gay agenda hardcore on the 80s and 90s. Hardcore. They went hardcore gay. If you were not born yet, you don't know shit. But I was. I was born in the mid-70s. Believe me, I know a lot of shit that happened in the early 80s and throughout this last 5 decades that I've been alive. I'm going to tell you, man, you got to pay attention. And then what do we have? We have the introduction of the hoodlums, of this, this ghetto black man, going from crazy dressing, thinking that it's cool, to hip hop, degrading women, talking about gangster rap, and they make millions, and they flashing all these guns and money, talking about gangster this, gangster that, and gangster. Then they wonder why we have so many fucking gangster, dumbass, yum kids out on the street. You got 5, 6, 7-year-olds out there talking about nigga this, nigga that, and I'm gonna shoot this, and I'm gonna shoot that, and I'm just gonna tell a fool this and that. They talk all of this nonsense. Nobody talks like that for real in life. These are just imitations from what they catch from movies, from shows, from TV shows, from dumbass, ignorant, gang, pop, hip-hop, whatever the hell you want to call these guys. That's all they do. Copy ghetto-ness. Let me remind you that being black doesn't mean that you have to be ghetto. It doesn't mean that you're going to have to act like you're a nigga. You are not ignorant. You're not uneducated. You want to make something of yourself. You don't want to be stuck in the ghetto. You don't want to be a thief. You don't want to sell drugs. You don't need to do any of those things. But society, the devil, the people on the left continue to push that agenda, because as long as they keep you down and ignorant, they are in control and they keep the power. How many black men do we hear out there saying the same things that I say? A lot of black men out there. Don't tell me that I'm ghetto. That's because they're not. They don't say nigga this, nigga this. They don't say none of that. They're educated. They know what nigga means. It means ignorant. They don't want to be in the ghetto. You know what they do? They get an education. They don't sell drugs. Stay out of trouble. And for some reason, they make a joke about it. And they say, you can tell these ghetto ignorant people that we're going to use them. And they're right. They are right. There is still a lot of dumb-ass black people voting for Democrats. Facts. Facts of life. So fuck you very much if you don't like it. It is a fact. I have lived through this shit. I come from El Barrio. Believe me. I know what these fucking poor neighborhoods are about. Don't insult my intelligence, fucking moron. I'm gonna tell you right now, any educated black man will agree with me on everything that I just said. It's the same shit. You know why it's the same? Because humankind is just the same fucking thing with a different skin color. But the human mind is the same garbage. And it will stay garbage unless you start getting educated. The same stupid mentality, the same criminal minds. We have that in Honduras. We have that in Mexico. We have that in Middle Eastern countries. We have all over Africa. We have it all over the Indians. We have it all over white people, all over Europe. Same shit. Different color, same shit. Criminality looks at the same fucking thing. It doesn't change. Don't tell me it's bullshit. It doesn't change. People that want to be racist against white people because they're black, that's fucking racist. Has nothing to do with the color, does it? It is a mindset. They hated Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk will tell them, wait a minute. You think black people are different than white people? And he will say, yeah, we have different DNA and we have different this and this and that. No, bitch, we are the same fucking DNA. The only difference is the melanin on your freaking skin. Isn't that something? They got rid of Charlie Kirk and he loved the black Americans. Think about that. Why is it that the people that actually love all people, they want to get rid of them? It just doesn't fit their rhetoric. It doesn't fit their agenda. Doesn't fit. They don't want us to get along. They want us to keep looking at color. And I can tell you, I say black, and I don't even like to hear brown. Like, what the fuck? Who's brown? Black people are brown. If there is a color, it's brown. You're looking at a fucking Hispanic as white as my shirt, as white as my ass is. And they call them brown people. What the hell is wrong with these people? You got to be shitting me. But the point is this. There's going to be a lot of black people that want to claim the victim card. This racist. I am held down. I am pushed down. Oh, I can't do anything to succeed. All the odds are against me. Shut the fuck up. If you're black, it's more likely that you're going to college. And you can be the stupidest black person. You are going to college. How the hell is that right? Italians are white. French are white. Portuguese are white. All the fucking Europeans are white. What are you talking about? They call them brown because they speak Spanish. It's the stupidest thing. Spaniards are considered white. Irish are white. Scottish are white. All the fucking people that come from the European countries are white. All the Vikings were white. British are white, etc. And the one thing that pisses me off about these people that play the victim card is like, oh, yeah, well, the white men enslaved us. Shut the fuck up. Africans enslaved people. Muslims enslaved people before anybody else. This country have black men who own slaves. White men who own slaves. Shit, I'm going to give you even one better. Native Americans owned African slaves. Where you at with that? Huh? Where you at with that? So tell me, you're going to go and bitch at the Native Americans and tell them, give me my land? Huh? Stolen land, remember? Stolen land. What are you going to do? You're going to go and tell the Native Americans to give you reparations? I can't wait. I know, bro. I know. I know. But they make a big deal about it. So I'm going to go ahead and correct them. Go ahead, tell me. If we ask white people for reparations, we also got to ask black people for reparations. And if we ask black people for reparations, we got to ask the Native Americans for reparations. So now what? Where are we at? Where are we at with the reparations? Where are we at with the reparations? Come, you got to give me something. You know what? You're not going to give me shit. Spain. And it's the same thing that I started telling you about Bukele. If you are a criminal, you will support criminals. You know what's funny? What's funny is that people say, oh, well, you voted for Trump. You support a criminal. Acquitted. Go look it up. Go see what that is. What does acquitted mean? He didn't receive a pardon from a president. He didn't receive a preemptive pardon from any president. On the contrary, presidents, not one, presidents were trying to put his ass in jail simply for being an American citizen who fought for American people. Can't beat me, man. It's the fact is the facts. The truth is always going to win. Truth always stays the truth. Your lies on the left always change. Seattle, Washington. Now, let me go ahead and finish with Spain. Spain, the Prime Minister of Spain, the guy is a fucking corrupted criminal and a moron. He says we welcome everybody. They just went up in crime 400%. They're Spanish women. The Spaniards are getting raped by all these waves of illegal immigrants who happen to be Muslims. And he's okay with that. See, that's the difference between a criminal who gets put into office and an actual patriot who protects the people who gets put into office. I like this joke from, what's the guy's name? What's his name? Oh, my gosh. I feel so ashamed that I forget his name. I know his face. I can't forget his face. Rob Schneider. I like one of his jokes. Now I'm going to paraphrase here. I like one of his jokes. He says, who knew that the man that defends women is the one that grabs them by the pussy? And it's a joke, but it fits 100%. President Trump has been protecting women, and these people on the left continue to say the opposite of who he really is. And yet, those who are actually guilty and are criminals, they continue to support. They continue to vote for them. See, this is why I know, and I agree, 70% of the male American Democrats are not voting for them. They're going to lose. I am so happy to hear that 70% of the male Democrats have common sense. And I know that all those brothers that are Americans are going to vote with us with one thing in mind. Only one thing. This country. That's it. Countryman. I know. I really, really, really believe that all these Democrat males, all these Democrat men who love the Democratic Party, who don't want to give up and say we lost the Democratic Party because of their ego, but they are smart enough and they are men enough to vote for Republicans on the midterms. I can tell you that right now. I refuse to believe that Americans, the majority are pussies. I think there's very few pussies on the left side. And some of them, you'll see them here on the chat. They named themselves, man. They named themselves, man. Let me open this thing because it's getting hot in here, bruh. Ooh, wait. It's hot in. It's hot in here. All right. Man, I'm telling you, everything I tell you is the truth. Everything I tell you is the truth. You don't have to hear me. Let me, hold on. Let me block my window here real quick. Wind feels nice. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I got this window cover right here. I forgot about it. All right. So, what happened in Seattle recently? Now, you may have heard of this. We have an illegal immigration problem here as well, but you know what? Whatever. That's, if somebody brings it up, we'll talk about it. If you want to ask me a question, if you want to make a comment, put a damn super chat on there. Stop over here bitching and complaining that I don't look at the chat. You cheap ass some mofos. Your EBT card doesn't work here. It has to be real money. Anyway, in Seattle, a few days ago, there was a shooting. Now, people say that these are young gangbangers, okay? 3 people lost their lives. Others got injured. Well, a reporter tried to ask some questions to the chief of police. He's a black man. There's a reason why I tell you that. He is a black man. Now check this out. He was, oh my God, bruh. Oh, please pay attention to this. You can't make this up. You tell me what you think about this, okay? Check this out. So they hired this black man, a Democrat, to be the chief of police in Seattle, Washington. Nothing wrong with that. It's okay. No big deal, right? It's okay. Check this out. So the shooting happened. And I guess there has been some complaints or allegations that he has been spending like weeks, thank you, Jonathan, weeks away from Seattle and not doing his job. So the reporter comes and asks him, he's like, hey, so there is allegations that you have spent 52 days out of office. What's up with that? You're the chief of police, you know? And the guy went off on him like he was going to hit the guy, right? I'm giving you a perspective so you can make a decision on what you think about this. And so the guy was mad. Now, the Socialist Democrat mayor that we have here in Seattle, she says to him, you need to resign because it looked bad. But wait, there's more. She says, you need to resign. Your actions were wrong. Now, every black Democrat on the side went and vouched for him and said, oh my God, you can't ask him to resign right now. They're in the middle of an investigation. The chief of police doesn't do the investigation. There's investigators for that. It's a whole different department for that. Now, while the chief of police is important, obviously, they have other people that can handle investigations. There's more. Here's the catch. The reason why the reporter said that allegedly he was spending this many days out of office, meaning he doesn't live here. Guess where he's from? If you didn't know, he is from Chicago. His permanent residency is in Chicago, where they're making money. But wait, there's more. So he was given the right to rent an apartment here in Seattle, right? Did you know that the guy resign like this? I kid you not. He resigned with a smirk on his face. He didn't resign like, oh, it's so shameful, this is bad. Check this out. I don't have it on this phone. Do you know why he didn't give a shit to resign? Somebody guess. Somebody on the chat guess. Guess why he was not upset to resign. Guess. You know what this is? Corruption at its best. You know what this is? Money, 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 money. 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 Over $60,000 to move. He doesn't have to pay it back. Over $50,000 bonus as an incentive to become a chief of police. He doesn't have to pay it back. If he resigned, you lose those benefits and you have to pay them back. He got paid 18 months salary. Do you know how much money he makes an hour? He makes $174 an hour. And they gave him 18 months salary pay. You can't make this up, bro. And you can't make this up. True story. Look it up. Look it up. Whew, man. You know what, though? That's the way that we think. And that we wish that people on the left will think that way. Now, you notice how I didn't say Biden, right? I didn't say that. But the Democratic Party, these are the people doing it. I didn't mention Biden or Gavin Newsom, right? Because this has something to do in Seattle with a chief of police from Chicago. You know what I mean? Like, address the issues. People come in and they just don't like Trump. But that's not the way that you're going to make an argument. That's not the way that you're going to have a conversation. You're just here to troll and fight and be disgusting. That is not what we want at all. Oh, Cecilia, man, not even kidding. The guy was laughing. It was no big deal for him to lose that job. You think that I will be pissed off? No, I resigned. Listen to this. I resigned willingly because they're going to give me all of this money. I can go to any other city or state and apply for the chief of police position, and I'll get it. And I'll get it. If he gets hired at another position somewhere else, he still gets his 18 months salary at $174 an hour. That's crazy. It just happens to be the Democratic Party. What can I say? There's a lot of corruption everywhere. I get it. But what I want you to always think about is think American. Think American. Stop thinking just Republican or Democrats. I try not to give too much credit to conservative Republicans because I don't trust them. I don't give credit to Democrats because I don't trust them. I don't trust any party. But I do want to fight for American citizens. And that, my friends, right there, that's a big, huge difference. Iran's plan to continue to harass everybody on the Strait of Hormuz. He's not going to be able to keep doing that shit for too long. You know that? Now, listen. Now, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not completely happy about it. I got a lot of doubts. Trust me, I have a lot of doubts about this. Thank you, guys. I have a lot of doubts about this, but I heard Chevron, Chevron, it's making a pipeline, which is not going to go through the Strait of Hormuz, because the oil tankers are going to be away from that area. So Chevron is working there with, they're going to be pumping some southern Iraq's oil, I guess is what they said. I think. I could be butchering the information. You guys can look it up and correct me on the actual data, numbers, or names. I don't have my computer, so I can look it up. I guess I can look up. Let me check my X account. I'm sure President Trump has posted something. Let's see. Let me read some of this. Let me see if I got my eyes on here. Oh no, we can show this one on YouTube. Gotta get my old man eyes. Here we go. Here we go. Let me read to you guys some of the tweets. Some of the tweets from President Trump. Let me go back. Let me go to a couple in here. Does anybody know, did Todd Blanche actually get confirmed as Attorney General? Because the last time I heard was that President Trump was going to keep him as, what's his position right now? Acting Attorney General until they get their shit together. Let's see. President Trump's nominee of Attorney General Tom Blanche should be confirmed by the U.S. Without delay. Okay, that's just him opinioning. That's not what I want. Jesus, so many damn commercials on here, man. Shit. Some people say that Todd Blanche is not qualified, but I will disagree with them. I think Todd Blanche is a badass. Yeah. Well, here's a tweet. Here's a tweet from President Trump. What's happening with Spain, with tens of thousands of illegal immigrants invading it, happened in the United States during the sleepy Joe Biden administration. And it will happen again, only worse, if the Democrats ever again gain power. Don't let our country be destroyed. Vote Republican and be proud of the USA. And again, you know, now I didn't see this post yet, okay? I'm watching it with you right now. But that's what I believe, and I believe that every American should think the same way. It's not about Democrat or Republican, okay? But right now, Republicans are the ones that are stepping up for this country. And so, listen, you know, if they step out of line, you will hear me. I'm going to tell you right now. As a matter of fact, some of you, let me clean my lens. Some of you already know. You guys remember when I told you that I was going to look for putting my name on the ballot to run for governor in 2028? Well, as I was doing my research, I called in and I spoke with the Republican Party, the representative there, and I didn't like the information they gave me. And I was like, you know what? If I ever run for governor, I'm running as an independent. Now, if the Democrats, want to sponsor me or whoever party sponsors me, I'm still going to be me, because I'm going to be fighting for American citizens. I'm not going to be fighting for no damn party. And you guys are my witness that I told you I don't give a shit about politics. What do I mean by politics? You know, when I called in both the Republican and the Democratic Party. And I said, listen, this is who I am. I believe that people need this, and I believe that people is that, and we need somebody that's going to do this, blah, 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 blah. I want to run for governor. I need to know what can I do to be able to get more information about that. And you know, both of the parties told me they don't give a shit about the heart of the person. They both told me money talks. So I said, fuck them, both of them. I don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? Because when you are a person like you and me, when we see the issues that we have in our country, in our states, we know we want people to be responsible. We need people that love the people of your state so that you can, do something for them, and they will vote you in because they love you and they trust you, and then you're transparent with them and you let them know this is what I'm doing. Well, this is what happened. They blocked me here, they blocked me there. Listen, I always believe that if I continue to tell you the truth, you're always going to be on my side. So what do I have to be afraid of? I don't need to be rich. I don't give a shit about being rich. Matter of fact, I'm going to donate a lot of my salary. Not that I do need money to be able to take care of my family, but I'm going to donate a lot of my money to do things that we want to do. And you guys, if you've been a member of my channel for a long time, you guys know what I'm talking about. But anywho, so I say fuck them. I don't care about Republicans or Democrats. If you support me because you want me to fight for the people, fantastic. But if you support me because I'm going to make the Republicans look good, fuck no. It's not about making you look good. It's about making the people be taken care of. It's about taking care of the people. And when you take care of the people, you don't have to do anything for the party to look good. The party will automatically look good. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference. I'm not going to tell you, oh, I'm going to do this because the Republicans are fantastic. No. I'm going to do this because this needs to happen. And because I'm being a Republican, you'll be like, oh, man, Republicans are badass. That's how you get the reputation. Not because I work for the party, but the party looks good because I work for the people. Here's another post from on the President Trump's X account. This is actually Trump War Room. Trump War Room is the one that's reposting this from Truth Social. If Senators Cornyn and Tillis both upset because I won't endorse them, they lost and quit respectively. Aren't going to approve Todd Blanche. I really can't read that one. They lost and quit respectively. Aren't going to. Okay, so I wouldn't endorse them. I can't make sense of this. Sometimes I can't read English, apparently. If something doesn't make sense to me, I gotta get back on it. I don't just read for reading. If Senators Cornyn and Tillis both are upset because I wouldn't endorse them, they lost and quit respectively. They aren't going to approve Todd Blanche, one of the most respected professionals, according to everybody in the country, to be the United States Attorney General. Then I will keep Todd as acting Attorney General and push hard to get the anti-weaponization bill, which takes care of those who have been so badly treated by the crooked Joe Biden and Obama administration. I get nothing, although I was treated horribly. Passed. Todd Blanche was a voice of reason. It will immediately be back on the table, and I will get it done. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Mr. Mikey, thank you for the super. Please like and subscribe. It's free and easy, and you can do it all night long, he said. Thank you, Mr. Mikey. And some of these people don't know how to do it, but I'm glad that you're here to show the example. Yeah, I got a couple of followers on my X account here. That's fantastic. Let's see here. I won't play that. I'll leave that for Monday or when I'm in my computer. All right, that's all the tweets I have from the X account. I don't think I have. No, I don't have my Facebook on this phone. All right, but I will do this. I will allow you guys to call me in. Give me a call, 425-583-1155. Give me a call. If you need a subject, I'll let you pick. I'll let you pick a subject. Somebody can put the phone on there so that I can pin it. Thank you, my man. My man. I appreciate you, brother. Is Brian in here? A pizza guy is here today? I don't know. I haven't read the comments. I've read like maybe 2 of them. Tyson Grease? This is probably SoCal. Let me see. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Oh man, it's Jonathan. What's up, brother?
Jonathan, I thought it was somebody else, but what's going on, Jonathan?
Okay, you know what? I just want to say that, I grew up in the ghettos. I'm white and shit. And I grew up with all kinds of black people.
Yep.
I would love to hear somebody call you that is an intelligent black man, as you said it.
Yep.
And just talk about how it was a long time ago. That's all I want to say. So I'm going to hang up and let someone else call.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate you.
Is that cool? That cool? Because, and I also heard something something interesting today.
Go ahead.
It was the story of Cain and Abel.
Uh-huh.
Cain and Abel. And
Sure.
I can't talk about it the way the guy that said it, but it boiled down to the numbers. And when the brother killed the brother, that was the beginning of war, because they're saying now it's all messed up. People are angry and fighting. No, it started then, because that was 25% of the population. That's how he put it.
Yeah.
Gone. And it was because he said Adam and Eve were living in a paradise, but they still had to eat the apple.
But wait. But there's a key thing that no Christian will ever tell you. You ready for this?
Yes, sir.
What was outside of the garden?
You know what? I don't remember.
Humans.
Ah.
Yeah, just let them marinate for a little bit.
No, it made the world. The world was perfect until they ate the apple.
He separated Adam and Eve from sin. That's what he did. Kept them all to himself, and then Adam and Eve messed up, and then now we're all a bunch of mutts.
No, that's why we're independent thinkers, dude.
That's right.
We make our own choices, and that started back then too. So people decided to be either angry, or friendly, or normal, or Christian, or Muslim, or this or that. For whatever reason, it's irrelevant what reason. Well, it is relevant because, some places they're teaching 7-year-old kids to carry around rifles.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's the point, man. That's the point. Okay,
thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate you, man. Much love to you, okay?
Love you, man. Later.
All right, take it easy. Yeah, there's a lot of mysteries, and I have shared them. I have shared them before, but it's not something that Jesus told us to go and preach. Jesus told us to go and preach the good news, the gospel, the Jesus Christ gospel. And that's why I try not to talk too much about Bible interpretation or prophecy, because that's not what Jesus told us to share with people. Remember this. Jesus told us that, when the disciples were with Jesus, they asked Jesus, "Hey, Jesus, why do you talk in parables to them? Why don't you talk to them the way you talk to us?" And that's very interesting, because I believe that those who are called in answer to God They will receive the knowledge. They will be giving the information. But Jesus said that all mysteries, he said, don't dwell on these things. Don't worry too much about this. All of the mysteries will be revealed by the Father in due time. So, I have all of these, interpretations. If there's something that I don't interpret and that I just accept directly, it's the truth of Jesus Christ. But a lot of things in life, you have to use a parable in order to understand what choice you should be making. That lucky one, oh, lucky one is Christian. Let's see. Jesus ever say turn your neighbors into the robe? What? I think you're saying Jesus never said. Jesus never said turn your neighbors into the robe. Here's the thing. This is the craziest thing. Why is it that the people on the left, now I know that there's a lot of criminals, okay? So we're not going to play stupid. Why is it that people on the left, let me say this. Criminals, we're not stupid. We know why you do it. But why is it that libtards, people on the left, or those who oppose ICE agents, why is it that they always compare them to the Gestapo? Or they're always saying it like we're murdering these people, like we're committing some sort of human crime or something. Why do they do that? Why do they go that way? Huh? Why do they go that way? Deporting somebody is just sending them back home. That's it. Just sending them back where they come from, where they belong. Why do you criminalize that? It is actually a crime. Whether you want to say it's a civil or a misdemeanor, it is irrelevant. To be in this country illegally, I can tell you 100% of every single illegal immigrant knows that they will get deported. 100%, I guarantee it. So if you want to talk about immigration, give me a call. The phone number is pinned. Just click on the pinned message and you'll get the phone number. All right, 425-583-1155. Call me and talk to me about immigration. Here's the one thing that you need to know. Let's say I was an illegal immigrant. Now, thanks be to God, I've never been illegal in this country, but let's say that I was illegal in this country. And I've been here for 4 decades, right? I know that at any given time I can be deported. So my plan should be this. All right, as long as I am here, I'm going to work. Let's say I'm thinking like an illegal immigrant. I'm going to work and I'm going to save as much money as I can. And I'm going to make my house, I'm going to make my business back in Honduras. And I'm going to buy me a nice truck, maybe 2. In 40 years, I could have done that. If I got deported because I didn't want to self-deport, I will have to go to jail. I will have to be held in that jail for a month or whatever long it takes in order for them to deport me. But that was my choice. You see what I'm saying? So I give people, till this day, I still say it, self-deport. If you're illegal, go back to your country. If you are, listen, If you are Honduran, for example, okay? If you are Honduran, the way asylum works, the international laws or whatever the hell these people want to call it, the way that asylum works, the first thing that you have to do, if you fear for your life, if you fear for your life and you want to seek asylum, right? You want to get out of there because you fear for your life. The way that it works is you will go to the next country, the country that borders your country, and you will apply for asylum there. But that's not what these people do. They come all the way from the Middle East, all the way from South America, all the way straight to the United States of America. Now, let me tell you something. You might not like this answer, but let me tell you something. All of these people that you think that are seeking asylum because of violence, if they have a Facebook, that was a lie. If they're working here in this country with their name, the register, and they get a social security number and all that stuff on their name, what is stopping gangbangers for coming over here to this country, if they really want to kill them, for coming to this country and taking care of them here? Answer that question. If they are seeking asylum because somebody wants to kill them, what makes them think that they won't come here to do it? True, illegal immigration is a problem all over the world. Absolutely. They broke into your house with good intention. That's true. No one. Now, I always point these three things to people, right? So if somebody comes to this country illegally and they get deported, if they come back to the country illegally again, that is a felony. It is no longer a civil matter, okay? Now, here's the problem. There's a few problems. There's a lot of problems, actually. But here's a few problems. If you allow illegal immigrants to just pour into this country, federal law is harder, more punishing than state law. They're more strict. Federal law, they are more strict than state law. Okay? First of all. Okay. If you come to this country and you are willing to break federal law, what else are you going to break? Well, rules for any foreigner to come to this country, well, you have to have authorization to work. If you want to have a job, if you want to make money in this country, you got to have a permit to work. Otherwise, that's a felony, cause for deportation. If you don't want to be found out and you're using a fake number, a fake name, not number, I mean social security, a fake name, that is fraud. It is also a felony. So you see, before an illegal immigrant comes into this country, they are already willing to do 3 illegal criminal activities. 1, break federal law, crossing the border illegally. Fake papers, working. Felony, guaranteed, and jail time. Here is my question to you. For those people who like the leftists, right? They believe that if the need is great enough to commit a crime, it's okay. It is a pardonable crime. Like they're doing with all these people in LA, for example. You can steal up to whatever amount of money and you won't be arrested. It's not a felony. I'm going to go back to the illegals. If they're willing to break federal law, if they're willing to break our laws of anti-fraud, if they're willing to lie about who they are, do you think that after being in this country and they are not able to make money, do you think they might be tempted to go sell drugs? Just putting a scenario out there. Give me a call. Let's talk about immigration. I really want you, if you're being negative on the chat, I really want to give you a chance. There is a pinned message on there. The phone number is there. 425-583-1155. All I can say is you're welcome. Free information. Come on, Fox. Call me. Trashy greaser. Don't deflect. I want to hear your arguments. I want you to tell me why you would. Why did you come to this country illegally? Why were you willing to break the law? Why were you willing to commit felonies? And why should this country accept you? You see, the whole thing of, oh, I'm just looking for work, that doesn't cut it. That is a felony. You don't have permission to work, you don't work. You see, being in this country, even working is a privilege. Hey, Jamie, how are you? Even working is a privilege. And those are things that us conservatives, we don't take for granted. Again, you know, here we are. We're making an investment. We're I'm polishing the phone, you know, just making sure that the phone is nice and clean when people make the phone call, you know what I'm saying? Beautiful. Beautiful. So, even working is a privilege in this country. You know, we wouldn't have so much division in this country if we didn't have illegal immigrants. Have you noticed that? You know what I'm saying? Think about it. If we had no illegals, we wouldn't have to be fighting against ICE. You know what I'm saying? If we didn't have illegals, millions of them, and the unemployment was very high, we will have a better idea why. If we didn't have millions of illegals, then we can really question, why is housing so expensive? And I think that you'll find that you will stop blaming rich people. Come on, guys. I want to have a conversation. Come on. Call me. Talk to me about immigration. Convince me that it's okay to work here illegally. Why is it okay for illegals to work here illegally and those who are law abiding can't work illegally? See, a person that travels with a tourist visa, they're coming into the country legally, but if they work, they get their visa revoked and they get kicked. So why are you acting like a bloody fool? If you get hot, then you must get cool. Bad boys, bad boys. Oh, what you gonna do? You see what I'm saying? You can't argue with that. There's no way that you're gonna make an argument with that. We don't stop them. If they come here with a visa from England, from Canada, and it's just a tourist visa, and they work, they get their visa revoked, and they get deported. So, why do illegals get to do it? Common sense, right? It's just a question. Maybe I'm missing something. Call me. Tell me what that is. Call me and tell me what is it that I'm missing. Well, I'll hang up on you if you don't let me talk. Yeah, it's my show, not yours. Have some respect when you call in. That's simple. There we go. Kansas City, let's go. Probably a collections agency. There we go. Somebody give me common sense. Hey, thanks for calling, Kansas. What you got for me, brother?
I'm from Kansas City.
Yes, sir.
Northeast Kansas City. It's kind of like, well, there's a whole bunch of Kansas cities. There's North Kansas City, Northland Kansas City, Kansas City, Kansas, Kansas City, Missouri, Northeast Kansas City, Missouri.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
So, anyhow, 2-mile stretch of the main drag in Northeast Kansas City is called Independence Avenue, 2 miles. And in that 2 miles, there's 14 convenience stores and 11 or 12, I don't know how many, grocery stores. And it generates a lot of money.
Okay.
And Northeast Kansas City is well known for being transient city and immigrant city, and it mostly was Italians. Now it's people from all over, Somalis and Latin America. And it's mostly Latin America now. One thing that people want in Kansas City very badly is they want immigrants. They want immigrants for rent, for the government money.
Yeah.
One thing that's never mentioned is the Chamber of Commerce wants immigrants for debt.
Yeah.
And I don't know, most people go, debt? What's that mean? No, you want debt if you're a business. And they get a lot of that. Back when the economic thing happened in 2008, there are people who were just making it by and trying to get by. And meanwhile, there are people who just got into the country driving around in spiffy new pickup trucks.
Yep. Yeah, I know.
And everywhere you look, you saw these old vans with ladders strapped on top of them. Bunches of them.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that before? Vans or trucks or whatever with and they're going to work. Well, they're going to work. A contractor may have a few guys on his team, but he subcontracts to a middleman, and the middleman subcontracts, and he may own the subcontracting company he's subcontracting to, and it may be a company with or not even an official company with a house full of maybe 5, 6, 10 guys living there who all pile into an old van with ladders strapped on top, or with mowers in back, and they may go mow or put up siding or put up roofing. Lots of roofing.
Yeah.
And that's how money is made.
Hell yeah, I know.
I get the big,
Yeah, I know.
And those guys that put up the roofing, they're not here legally.
Right.
And that goes on all over Kansas City. And Kansas, has had Hispanic people here since the end of the Civil War. When the end of the Civil War happened, meat shot up through the roof, especially with the expansion of the railroad, but they had no men working because they were all either wounded or trying to get their way out of northern prison camps, or they're gone, they're dead, or they're just too messed up to work, or they're wounded, and there were no men to work the slaughterhouses, and so tons of Hispanic people moved up here.
Now wait, so here's the thing that you have to go way before the root of the problem. The root of the problem is always going to be Americans who they stop using common sense and they use emotional guidance as their conscience. What do I mean by that? You have an American roofer with his own business, okay? License, pays for insurance, all that stuff. And he decides that he's going to hire some illegal immigrants. Those illegal immigrants, number one, he shouldn't, but he allows it. He pays cheaper labor, whatever it is. The illegal immigrants, that we have to understand is this. The illegal immigrant, what he's trying to do is getting experience on that trade. Once they learn that trade, they can go and get a license with the IRS. They get a number so that they can work for their own company. Meaning, illegally, right? Because they're going to work it themselves. Illegally, they get a number from the IRS so that they can get a license for their business, so they can register, so that they can get insurance and all this other stuff, right? So now you have an American roofer who had 2 illegal immigrants with him. These illegal immigrants learn the trade. That American roofer doesn't get the other jobs because the illegal immigrants are getting those jobs now. Now you might say, you're mentioning today. Today, you look at these illegal immigrants and you say, oh my God, they're making all the money. They're the economy. They are doing this. But in reality, this is what people argue, that the illegal immigrants come to steal jobs from America. That's what they mean by stealing jobs from Americans. It doesn't mean that they're going to go to the Walmart and be like, hey, get out of here, my job. No, that's not how it works. They learn the trades, and then they go out and put their own businesses. Now, if they put their own businesses and then they have Americans working or legal people working, no problemo. It's still legal. It's still legit. It's still legal. But the problem is they come here illegally. They commit fraud to work. They go and get an ITIN number from the IRS, and they work that business. They work as employees. And that ITIN number, they use it to report the taxes from the business that they get here in America. So that is a problem. I will tell you this. Before we had tens of millions of illegal immigrants, our economy was good. Apartment communities were doing good. As a matter of fact, there was so much competition because apartment communities kept growing. So it allowed for housing to stay at a more affordable pricing. But the flux of tens of millions of illegal immigrants has overpopulated a lot of small states or even big states. And that has been a problem with affordability for housing. It has taken a lot of trade jobs from American citizens. And you might look and you say, hey, they're just working. Yeah. But what is the unemployment rate for Americans? Not every American wants to go to college. A lot of Americans want to trade. They're wood building. Photography. Here, I'll give you this one personally. In photography, here in Washington State, I'm an American citizen, right? I use my own social security number. I use my whole name. Everything is legal. If I get a credit card and I go in debt, that is me. I pay for it. An illegal immigrant just gets a different number. They don't care. And so here I am busting my ass off. I'm giving a very cheap to fair price. Illegal immigrants almost for free. They oversaturate the market. Now I can afford to go and be a photographer because the market is oversaturated with people who are giving away the trace. You know what I'm saying? And so that's personally, I experienced that. And so, as a Hispanic, I understand. I have seen people rank up their phone bill and they just change their name. They change their social security. Me? Fuck
yeah, that happens.
I had to go in debt. I had to pay the collections. This happened to me when I was 18. I allowed 2 Mexicans. They were here illegally. I didn't care about that. You know what I mean? I let them stay in my apartment. They raked my phone bill, my house phone bill. Listen to this. I'm 18 years old. I have my own place. 2 bedrooms because I had a kid. 2 bedrooms. 18. By myself. I got my own place, got my own car. I'm paying my own bills on time, etc. I allow these 2 Mexicans to come in and stay with me. They ranked up my bill to thousands of dollars on calls to Mexico. And if you remember back in the early 90s, everything was hell expensive when it came to international minutes. And so, it was under my social security. I had to open that under my real name. I had to pay that debt. I couldn't just change my name to Pablo. You know what I mean? Every law-abiding citizen gets punished 100% by the law, and every illegal immigrant gets away with it and gets away with it until they don't. But believe me, it is a problem, and I think it's very unfair for people to say, "Oh, they're just working to feed their family." Well, what about the American families? What about the tradesmen, the roofers, the painters, all of these people that they're supposed to be making this money? They're rightful citizens. They deserve to make the money. They deserve to make the business. It is a privilege to be able to make money in this country. It is an American citizen and a permanent domicile resident. Those are the people that get the privilege to do a business here and to get wealthy, not the illegal immigrants. That is not a right that they deserve because they haven't earned it. They have been breaking the law from day one. And I just can't.
Well, they get work visas.
Huh?
I used to live in Northwest Arkansas, and the Tysons and the Waltons and all the other outfits down there. Northwest Arkansas is, I don't know about the rest of Arkansas, but that section of the state is unbelievably wealthy because of Tyson's, Walmart, JB Trucking, and all the other commerce up there. And they were having trouble finding people to work their growing business. So what do? They moved in hundreds and thousands and then tens of thousands of Hispanics.
Yeah.
And I'm all for immigration, but my God.
So are we. Absolutely.
But these people were on green cards and no cards and fake cards and they just overwhelmed the place. Now I'm not for racism. I don't like when people are racist. It wouldn't matter if it were, and this is a problem. It's a problem in California. If you brought in Europeans who did it, California, before they kind of don't give a darn anymore, but California used to have a problem with people coming in from Ireland, from Australia, New Zealand, who are white as any European, because they are Europeans. And they came in and faked American accents, and they had illegal work visas, they had phony cards. That was a big problem in the 70s and the 60s with illegal aliens from those countries, and passing as white people. Because they were white people. Yeah. They were white.
Well, they passed for American.
White Americans.
Yeah, they passed for American because the English is.
And that's close. Not fair.
Yeah,
true. It's not fair, and so it's not a thing about race. It's a thing about the law.
Yep, correct.
And so,
but we always say big booty Latinas get to stay here. They're okay.
What?
Big booty Latinas.
Oh, what? Yeah, who was saying that?
That's just a joke. I mentioned it quite a few times on my show. That's why they know it.
Well, yeah, there's some guy who's kind of he's a human troll. I can't think of his. Oh, Alex. His name is Alex. They call him Smart Alex. He was following around AOC, calling her a big booty Latina, and just really getting her angry.
Yeah, I like him.
You know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, I like him. Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if that's where you got that from.
He's the guy with the suit, right?
Yeah, he's the guy with the suit.
Like that guy. He goes a little too extreme for me sometimes, but yeah, big booty Latina stay.
Yeah, he got into it with Barstool Sports or Barstool, whatever they are, and he just walked in there.
I don't like doing that. Some people want me to go out on the street and do that. I said, nah, no, thank you. I like, I get enough bullshit on my show every day. I don't think I need to go on the street and provoke people to fight, and I'm going to end up shooting somebody.
There are people that do that.
Yeah, I don't like
that. One guy got shot or something. I don't know what that was about.
Yeah, and I always carry my guns with me, but I mean, gun. I don't have gun with me, but the point is, like, you don't want to go on the street just to provoke people. Like,
yeah, there was one guy who went around, I can't think of his name, but he pushed somebody, or he cussed them out, and he provoked somebody, and then his bodyguards would show up, pop up, and I can't think of that guy's name, but he crashed this very expensive sports car, and I love seeing it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, but back to the point, we started seeing the Hispanic there in the Northeast. There has always been Hispanic people since the Civil War, because they overflow from Kansas City, Kansas. Kansas City, Kansas is different from Kansas City, Missouri, and all the other Kansas cities over here. They in that they organize their city different. They kind of like burgs, like in New York, and Argentine goes all the way back to the Civil War as being the Hispanic section of the city.
No.
Yeah, and that we've always had over here overflow from over there, as far back as anybody can remember or record. But so there's been a Hispanic flavor to Kansas City's all metro area.
Yeah.
But I think it was right after the Clintons got elected when we started seeing them come in by the bushel load.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, well, I won't forget them flying them in from Mexico all the way into the United States of America. That's how people don't understand that we're so against it. But hey, thank you so much for your call. That's great information. I appreciate it. That was fantastic. Yeah. We'll see if anybody else has the courage to have a conversation with a friend. I'm here as a friend, not as an enemy. I appreciate your call. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. Be blessed.
Be blessed.
The one thing that I really want to take home is. My point is, we love migrants. There is thousands and thousands of people that get working visas to come here. You guys know this. HB1 visas, right? You get all these type of visas for certain type of work, etc. We allow almost 1 million people every year. About almost 700,000 yearly become residents and are put on path to citizenship. The people on the left, because they know that we're humans, we do have a humanitarian side with us, They always make you, they fake the victim. I don't know how to call it, but they fake the outcry of the victim. The deportation is repatriation. They're just going back to their country. It is that simple. There's nothing for you to go, oh my God, shame, inhumane. Shut the fuck up. They're just going back home. It's that simple. I don't understand how people have, allowed themselves to be pulled into this victim card mentality. It's crazy. You will never get rid of poverty. I will tell you that right now. 100%. You will never, ever get rid of poverty. If you think we don't have poverty in this country, you are out of your damn mind. We got to take care of our people. We got to take care of our country first, always. You have to understand, every, like our friend here was telling us from Kansas, it's crazy how corrupted businesses, to make that dollar, I'm telling you, to make that dollar, they are willing to commit fraud. When I was in California, I told you guys, I went to the dealer. Listen to this. I went to the dealer. You explain this to me, okay? You can explain this to me. I have been in this country legally for decades. I go to a dealer, a car dealership, not a drug dealer, a car dealership, and I apply to buy a car. Denied. See an illegal immigrant applying for a car. You can tell they don't even have a visa to be in this country. They got a big ass truck to take out. I came in and I got approved to buy my 2005 Chevy Malibu. Love that car. 2005 Chevy Malibu. Paid like $500 a month for that car. I remember when I was coming in to sign the paperwork, the salesman, he was Mexican, but he's American. He says, you know what, compa? Because we spoke in Spanish. He said, I gotta go, do something really quick. You want to come with me? And I said, yeah, sure. I said, okay. So we go there in one of the company's car, not the one that I was buying. The one that I was buying was a brand new. So we go over there. Now this is back in LA. And so we go down there he takes me to this area. I don't know what it was. I can't remember what it was. But he says, stay right here in the car. He said, I'll be right back. I'm going to go to that building and I'm going to come right back. He said, I got a couple of customers that are getting a car, right? And I was like, what the hell does that got to do with, whatever. He comes in and then he shows the envelope, California driver's license. Fake, obviously. California driver's license, passports, and all these fake papers. He said, Dad, this is for my customers. I'm going to tell you, the guy was the salesman, employee of the month for a lot of months in a row. I don't know if he still works there. Obviously, it's been a long time. But I can tell you, dealerships also cheat the system. They use illegal immigrants. They know they're illegal immigrants, but they use them because they can get the money from the banks. The bank buys the cars. The dealers don't lose money. The bank loses the money. So the dealers, the car dealerships, they forcibly approved illegal immigrants to get their car. The bank pays them 100%, right? Am I right? The bank pays the dealership for the car. They convince the illegal immigrant that it's okay to pay $1,000 a month. Don't worry about it. But at least you have a Ford F-150. You know what I'm saying? 0 miles, big ass truck. We got this illegal immigrant in here with the big ass truck. When they default on their payments, so what? You repo the car. That's simple. And they do it again. And they do it again. Pedro comes next week or in the next 3-4 months. Pedro is now Pablo. Next 3 months, Pablo is now Jose. The next 3 months, Jose is now Juan. You see what I'm saying? And that's how it works. Now that sales agent, that car salesman, he's making a lot of money himself, right? Why? Why does he make a lot of money? Commission. They don't care if they're illegal or not. They're just going to say, oh, we didn't know. They gave us this paper. Wow, it looked legit. We don't know. 100%. I don't make it up. 100%. So when you have a lot of people fighting and saying that illegal immigrants are just here, good, nice people just trying to work for their families, I'm telling you, a lot of companies are taking advantage of them. I don't know. You know, I can make probably hundreds of thousands of dollars if I encourage illegal immigration. I can probably make really good money. Really good money. Protecting illegal immigrants. But that's not why I became an American citizen. And there is a lot of Hispanics out there, like myself, who love and respect this country, who are so proud of the businesses that they do because they know that they are legal. It is beyond me. When I got my citizenship, I tell this story so proudly. There was an African man become an American citizen. Tall guy, 3-piece suit, looked sharp as heck. I was 3-piece suit as well, but he looked good. The guy made that suit look very good, and I was just like, wow. And you know what I watched in that room where we were about to make our oath to the United States of America so that we can officially be American citizens? That there were some people like ourselves, like this African man and myself, who stood up tall. We were proud. We were so proud to become an American citizen. And there was a lot of Middle Eastern people just laying on the bench, sitting down, just don't care. They don't care about being American citizens. And I looked and I was like, what a damn shame. What a damn shame. And one of the things that I feel is the worst thing, besides that, they couldn't even say the oath. They didn't speak English. Pathetic. That's a huge difference. That's a huge difference between migrants who love this country, respect and follow the law, and those who just want to come over here and take advantage of the system. Yeah. Anywho, I wanted to touch base with you guys. I know I was going to do it yesterday in the afternoon, but like I said earlier when I started my live, I just decided to take the rest of my day off after I had my lunch date with my wife. You know what I did? I know it sounds horrible, but you know what I did? After I had lunch with my wife yesterday, I went over to the Boeing's airport, and here in Everett is a Painfield airport, and I sat there with a couple of people, and we were just watching airplanes land, airplanes landing and taking off, talking photography. We talk a little bit about politics, but not too much, just a little bit. I'm having my Make America Great Again hat, my black one. I have my gun in my hand. Nobody cares. And when I say on my hand is because I have, the holster. I didn't have pants. I have jeans. I had shorts, and so I didn't have it on. I didn't have my belt, so I was just holding, the holster on my hand. But anyway, that's what I did. A few hours, like 4 hours almost. Beautiful sunny day. They had just mown the grass, so it was nice and short. And just watching helicopters go by the airport and small single engine planes landing, a couple of Gulfstream jets, beautiful, a couple of the 737s. I saw a couple of AC-130s landing. That was phenomenal. That was fantastic. They're not AC-130s. What do you call those? They look like an AC-130, but they're the cargo planes, the big, fat, the big, heavy mofos. You know what I mean? And it was so awesome to see them land. It was just beautiful, with the big, beautiful color American flag on the tail. It was nice. But anyways, that's what I did yesterday. And then for later in the afternoon, I just feel like, because there's a lot of people from the East Coast, or even later times, that they just don't watch. So I was like, it's useless. What for? Yeah. I know, that's why it's over here without the holster, you know what I mean? Just ready to go. Ready to go. 13 with the one in the chamber, you know what I'm saying? 13 including the one in the chamber. I told my wife, I said, babe, I want to buy another gun. I want to buy a bigger gun, and I want to get a rifle as well. So that's going to be my next thing. I don't know, maybe for Christmas. Maybe for Christmas I get to buy one for myself. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Yep. Thank you for being here. Hey, Tanya, how are you? Brian Waza. Brian is probably asleep already. I saw him a long time ago. I forgot to say it. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you for being here, everyone. We ask that you what? What are we asking for? We ask that you have respectful engagement with one another. Send super chats to Dennis. We'll answer your questions. Thank you, sis. I appreciate that. I don't think these guys know how it works, but it's okay. You know what? We're telling the truth, and we're going to continue to tell it as long as we can. I would tell you that if I had to go on a different route, fuck, I hate it when people smoke weed. I know. Some people smoke weed in here, but that smell is, ugh. Makes me want to throw up, bro. Oof. I don't know how you guys smoke weed, man. I don't know how you guys do it. I'm gonna tell you right now. Whew. I gotta start my car because gonna turn the AC on. I don't know how people smoke weed, bro. I can't stand it. Oh, it stinks so bad. It makes me want to throw up. I know, man. I had friends that they grab their weed and they go, oh, it smells so good, and I'm like, ugh, bro, I'm gonna throw up. I can't do it, man. Just can't do it. Just can't do it, man. Oh, you brought your toys from Kuwait, huh? Nice. Revolvers. I've always been curious about revolvers. Oh, that's right. That's right. Revolvers. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You have to unload it all at once. Comrade, weed is great, Dennis. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. It's just, when I was in my early 20s, I had this really bad experience overdosing of marijuana, and I don't know if it was laced or what, but just smelling it makes me want to throw up. I can't stand it, brother. I can't stand it. I don't mind people that smoke, and I just can't stand it. I don't know. I just can't. That's just me, guys. Don't be offended by that. I don't care if you smoke weed. It's okay if it helps you. Well, Mohammed, at least it'll probably force you to not smoke weed. That's a good thing. I will say, though, I do smoke cigars. And the guys that were smoking weed already left. So I think I'm going to go outside and have a cigar. I won't take calls while I'm outside, but I'll take you with me. Hopefully. Oh, my ass. Whew. Oh, man, if you guys don't appreciate me doing this shit, I don't know what to tell you. But I think I do have. I think this time I did bring my my lighter and my cutter. Let me see. Hold on. Essays. Yeah. Still got a few left on my little case. Yeah. Little. You know what I'm saying? Might as well. Somebody that's smoking the weed just reminded me that I have cigars and I too can be a bad boy. Yeah. Whew. I don't know how great the reception is going that way, but let me show you a little bit of the panorama that I'm looking at. The naval base is down there. What the hell is this? Oh shit, I touched something. I don't know what the fuck it was. Oh man, what the hell is this? Some sort of effects. I don't want effects. There we go. I'm trying to get closer so you guys can see. Anyways, naval base is that way, somewhere over there. Bring it back. It is American made, my friend. It's not a Ford, but it is American made. I know. Just went and washed my baby. It's not a big deal. It takes me from A to B. A to B. All right, let me go ahead and read some comments here. You guys already know that nobody can beat me on immigration. But I like to hear people, telling me what what they think about it. I want to hear from people. I know some people think that I'm a racist or I'm a traitor or whatever the hell they want to call me, but I don't give a shit. You know what? I came here to the United States of America. I didn't come here to Mexico. I didn't come here to Canada. I came here to the United States of America. And as much as there is a bunch of ugly ass, crazy ass people everywhere here, you know what? If they're American, they're my people. There's a lot of people that don't deserve my friendship. I still, I'm still nice to them. Yeah, it's nice. Pretty cloudy, actually. But it's a nice little park over there. Somebody's getting married, it looks like. Yeah, just I don't think the reception is good on that side. Let's walk over there and see how it goes. Let's see how it turns out. Let me know if the reception gets bad, okay? Then I'll go back. Mohammed said, "How do you keep the phone on so long?" Let me know if the reception gets bad. Oh. Yeah, I guess I could get better seats. I got leather seats, brother. They're supposed to be comfortable, but shit, once you sit, the older I get, the more I feel it. And the older I get, the more I feel it. There's a path that says over there, no trespassing, but everybody goes down. Down by the train tracks down there. Seems like it's high tide right now. But yeah, the naval base is that way. Let me see if I can see it. A couple of trees are overgrown. I can't see it from here. When they lose their leaves, you can see it better. You look, somebody's over there getting married. For the nosies that wanted to know. All right. Yeah, lots of semen at high tide. Oh man. They gotta give them a different name, man. Love and marriage go together like the horse and the carrots. This I tell you, brother, You can have one without the other. And a great song. I don't think the hats help either. Oh boy. The seamen, they just can't catch a break. Oh, you guys get to see some pine tree. any any news that I may have missed here in the last day or so, since last night or today? Any news? Reed is having so much fun picking on the Navy. Oh, I don't have the phone is inside the car, brother. Jonathan likes having conversations live. Yeah. What do they call the army? Jarheads? I don't know how you guys insult each other. Never served, so I don't know the insults for each department. Who recognized Morocco? Marines are jarheads? I thought I saw, what's that movie? That movie Jarhead. That's military, right? That's army. You know when was the first time I heard that song? It was in the early '90s when I was here in the States. I heard it, no, late '80s. I heard it late '80s. I used to watch Married with Children. That show was hella funny to me. None of the shows today. Crazy. Well, it's, you know what's crazy with news like that? It's like Somalia, Somaliland, and Somalia. Like it should just be Somalia. What the fuck is the difference? It's the same fucking people. It's crazy. Did you guys watch the? Did you guys watch the new He-Man or the Transformers cartoon? I was looking for some science fiction movies today, and I saw the He-Man. I was like, fuck no. I said I can't watch this shit again. I couldn't even get myself to watch the Masters of the Universe. What's the guy's name? The one that fought with Rocky? What was it? Rocky 4? The big tall white dude with the blonde hair. It's sad what happened to his legs. But they actually brought him on the scene. They actually brought him on the scene at the gym. He doesn't look buff or anything, but he was working out. It is boring, and it leaves you waiting for more. Like you literally look um, for more action, more, I don't know. Just CGI is so good that they can do so much better. That's him right there, Dolph Lundgren. Yeah, that's the guy, Dolph Lundgren. Dude, I'm gonna tell you, man, he was one badass Russian in the boxing movie. It's pretty tight. Iron Giant. Yeah, that was kind of okay. Even as a kid, I didn't really like that movie too much. I think the Iron Giant just looked like shit. It was a shit design. But other than that, I think it was okay. It was emotional. Yeah, he's old. No, but there was I think he had a disease or some accident or something. Because I saw him like like he was barely walking. And then I also heard of our one of my favorite actors, Arnold Schwarzenegger. I guess he only has like another year to live. I'm not white enough for the Iron Giant. Yeah, yeah, not quite there. Escape from New York. That's a corny ass movie, Tanya. But yes, I would rather watch that again than He Man today. I'm gonna tell you that right now. I did, however, watch one of the episodes for the original He Man cartoon. I can't believe that I actually like watching that shit. It's hella corny. Oh, oh, oh. Okay, who has Prime? Who has Prime on here? Who has Prime? I'm going to tell you the generation that I am. Who has Prime? Okay, if you have Prime, go look up He Man, the cartoon, season 1, episode 1. Remember, every time, it's very short, it's like 15 minutes. It just felt like 30 minutes before because they used to put hella commercials through. But I want you to watch this. Go to season 1, episode 1, and get to the end when He-Man is giving the message to the kids. Listen to it. That is who I am. That is the generation that I am. Listen to that message. I'm going to tell you, it is mind-blowing. I think that you should allow your children to watch He-Man and then She-Ra so that they know what a male looks like and what a female looks like. They got to know what a man is and what a woman is. That way they don't grow up to be all retarded like the libtards. I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look it up when I get back into the car, and I'll try to get to that part, and I'll let you guys hear it. Okay? But if you have Prime, I'm telling you, that, my friends, is the American way. Not the American way, but the common sense way of thinking about life. They always gave you a message of encouragement. Always, everything against criminal stuff. Yeah, it's what time is it? 7:30 almost. Yeah, we still got another maybe hour and a half of light, 2 hours. That's why I don't go live in the afternoons too much because you guys are not there, and I love hanging out with you guys. I really do. I really do. I'm gonna tell you, if it wasn't for, and I'm gonna name you guys, If it wasn't for Robert, for Brian, for Man in here, so you don't want me to say his name, for Man, for Tanya, for all of you guys that have been with me for so many months now, almost since I started. You know, you guys have been with me. You guys have shot me text messages of love and encouragement. Man is always shooting me quotes. I love those quotes. I should share them, to be honest, but shooting me emails, things like that. Um, that's probably one of the only reasons why I'm doing this. Mr. Mikey, you as well. You're one of the newest to the family. But I'm going to tell you, man, you guys are the reason why I still do this, honestly, because you guys got to know that I'm sacrificing a lot of money right now because it's an investment. It's something that in the future, yeah, it can pick up and eventually, we'll be able to make, some money. But as of right now, it's not. So, you know, um, if I have to go back and do a job, I probably won't be able to do this anymore. You guys already know this. The only reason why I quit my job was so that I can do this because I couldn't do both. I can't do both. It's not that I'm too tired, like I don't want to do it. It's just my body can't handle it no more. I'm not Donald Trump. You know what? I'm definitely not here for that True 22. He's like, good, you suck anyway. I like how he's here on the chat. I like how he's over here in my chat. But you know what? I'm almost done with this. I'm going to go back inside my car. You can give me a call and show me how much I suck. Maybe you can tell me how not to suck so much. But if you're a libtard, I guess you just like the word suck. You probably hear it so much, you have to say it to me. I know, I get it. he uses he uses speed. My man, there you go. Thank you, brother. I don't know what the hell Trump does, but he's one of those guys that doesn't believe in sleeping. He believes that sleeping is a waste of time. There's a lot of people out there, brother, that are so workaholics. Believe me, I know. These people tell me when I die, I'm going to sleep. It's a good cigar. Woo! Let me pour some water on it just in case. There we go. It's hot it's hot in here. All right, all right. Let's go ahead. Who was the one that said that I sucked? Yeah, Jonathan, the Diet Coke. Uh-oh, Precious in here? Where? Where is Precious? That's not Precious. That's just a fat guy pretending to be my wife. Don't fall for it, Tanya. That is not my wife. That's just some fat guy that I beat up in Destiny 2. Oh man. Unbelievable. What a troll. You see that, guys? Committing fraud, taking somebody else's profile, somebody else's personality. It is in their nature to be fraudsters. And I'm glad they deported your ass back to Honduras. Congratulations. No, Jonathan. I want new people to call in. Hondurans get deported from Mexico, Tom. I really want to know why we have allowed so many criminals into this country. Did you know? Sorry. Did you know that people blame? Did you know that people in Central America, they blame the United States for the gangbangers? They said that that Americans, instead of deporting them to to Central America or whatever, they said that they would put them in jail, and in jail they would become gangbangers. And when they serve their, I get it's due process, right? When they serve their sentence, they will get out of jail like you were getting out of high school, getting a diploma in criminality. And so they deported all these people to Central America, and this is where the Mara Salvatrucha, the MS-13, comes from, and the 18 and blah blah blah, and all this shit just started, multiplying in Central America. But it's not. You don't get to blame the United States for that. They decided to make that decision. It was their decision to be criminals. Listen, I remember there was a couple of guys. One of them used to beat up his girlfriend. I mentioned him before. Yes, he was a black dude. Another one, yes, he was a black dude. He was so skillful. Like, I'm telling you, I worked so hard to be fast, to jump high, to be strong. This guy, it was effortless for him to play basketball. It was so natural for him to play basketball, and it's just a natural athlete. Like, he didn't have to work out. He was just giving. I see some smoke. He was just giving the talent, and he decided to smoke weed instead of. And mind you, he had mom and dad. He had money. I mean, he was wearing $150 pair of Air Jordans. You know what I mean? And he just quit. He just dropped out of high school because he wanted to smoke weed, And I just couldn't believe it. So I tell you this for a reason. In Honduras, there was gangs. You can be a thief. You live in poverty so much that you go and commit crimes. You think this is the only way things can work, but we know it's not true because we had an education. Our teachers will tell us, and they will teach us and this and that. And here also in high school, this is a white guy, 18 years old, is sleeping and getting a 12-year-old pregnant. No joke. The guy is a sexual predator now. And what do you call that? Registered sex offender, I think is what it's called. And the thing is that the mother was okay with them being together. This is American white people. I don't understand this. But she was 12, got pregnant, had her baby when she was 13, and the mother was okay. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand. But he was 18, so he got busted. And I was just like, well, in my mind, right? I'm thinking, well, he's a nice guy. No way. He's not a bad guy. The mom knew, right? And and like, what I'm saying? Like, I couldn't believe it. And then I found out that he had a stepsister and he molested her when she was 8. Hey, listen, we were around the same age. But the point that I'm trying to make is this. Watch this. I was emancipated at 16. I finished my sophomore year and I did my junior year and my senior year in high school by myself. I took 7 period classes and I worked as much as I was allowed to work, almost full time, 32 hours a week. That's a full time, almost a full time 40, 32 hours a week. And I would have my 7 periods. I will go to practice. I worked out 3 times a day. I finished my practice. I went to work. My first job was a dishwasher at Denny's. And then I will walk home just a few blocks, not too far, you know. And then I get home about 10:30, almost 11 at night. And then I start doing my homework. I will go to sleep around 1 in the morning just because I will pass out. I just couldn't stay awake. I would just pass out, half-assing every single one of my homework classes. And then I will have to get up at 5:30 in the morning, shower, and then walk to high school, to my school. And then I had to start over, and every little break that I got before the next period, boom, 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 I was doing my homework fast. Which what I'm telling you is I wasn't stupid. I wasn't stupid. I was acing every single one of my tests. I got 100%. The lowest score that I got on my test was like a 94 one time. And they were giving us, before it was a 70% homework, testing, and 30% homework. And now I think it's like 60% homework and 40% testing. I don't know what the formula is today. But I can tell you is this. I had no parents. I had no support. For Pete's sakes, for my senior year, my senior prom year, our senior prom game, all I had was my 2 coaches next to me. I didn't even take my helmet off for the picture because I was sobbing. I was crying. My coaches were my parents. It was tough, man. It was tough. I'm not going to lie to you, man. It was tough. I was crying like a baby. And you can make fun of me. That's fine. I was crying like a baby, hiding with my helmet on and just wiping, you know. It hurt. It hurt big time. And you know what? I didn't drop out. I'm nobody's bitch. I graduated high school. I did it. And I'm proud of that. And I am proud of that. And you know, and what's crazy is that here we are, you know, we're making this show. And then the libtards, the new generation of young people who don't want to work, who said, oh my God, high school is so hard. And they got both parents. They drive to school. Like they drive their own car to school. They live in a fucking big ass mansion. And school somehow is too hard for them. Well, I was walking in the rain, drenched during the winter. Damn, that was tough, man. That was tough. And the one thing, the only one thing that pisses me off about my senior year, this pisses me off because it was pure ignorance. I felt the pressure. And I didn't want to fail. I didn't want to quit school. I wanted to graduate. I wanted to graduate so bad. I didn't know. When I was a senior, all I needed was 3 classes. Fucking dumbass took all 7 periods. You understand? I didn't have to be at school. I didn't have to get up at 5:30. I could have got up at 7 in the morning and make it to my 3 classes, I would have been able to rest and do my homework for 3 classes. Guess what those classes were? Unbelievable. One of my classes was calculus. My other class was chemistry. And my other class was world history. That's it. Those are the 3 classes that I needed to have. And I did 7 periods, bro. It's the stupidest. The mistakes that I made in my life have been just like that. But I told you guys, by the age of 18, bro, 18, I had my own apartment, 2 bedrooms. I was so proud of myself, man. I made a lot of stupid mistakes, but it was just a dumb kid. But even as a dumb kid, bro, I never gave up. I am so proud. I don't have a GED. I have a high school diploma. And I even went to 2 years of college for nothing, by the way. Stupid, waste of money. I'm proud of myself, man. And this is why I tell this generation today, man, just don't waste your time, man. Don't waste your chances. They don't teach the kids today what we learned in school. I'm telling you, I wasn't stupid. I've always been very smart, and it's not to toot my own horn. I've always been very smart. ADHD always got in my way, but I was very smart. Let me tell you that right now. Discipline helped me a lot. Scheduling helped me a lot. Yeah, good times, man. It was fantastic. Yeah, it was some sort of boring because it's like, bro, can you teach me something that I'm going to use in life? That's why it felt boring to me. But yeah, it is what it is. I started off, and check this out. When I was with my mom, I was a 4.0 student, and I ended up graduating with a C average. Think about how much difference it made. Think about how much difference it made to have my mother support. Just my mother's support. I didn't have to work. All I had to do was concentrate on school, do my homework, bada bing, bada boom. Everything else was set. You know what I'm saying? I tell you what I wish I would have done, though. I wish I would have taken some sort of mechanical class, like a trade, instead of thinking about college. I wish I would have taken a trade and learned that. Maybe even photography back then, who knows? Maybe I could have taken photography. I just didn't think about it. I wanted to be a gynecologist. Who knows what a gynecologist is? Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, trade schools, man. That's where it's at, bro. Trade schools is where it's at. And to be honest, when I got rejected, from serving in the military, maybe I could have done that. I don't know. I don't know if I was just here, just stupid as a young man. That part was not genius. But imagine if I would have taken some sort of mechanical class, in the military, I'd be out there, helping our brothers in arms, and I would be, in sort of combat, I guess. But I just didn't think about those things, man. I don't know. I got rejected, and I just thought, whatever it is, I guess I just can't do it, right? It's that simple. In your opinion, did education system help you for life? Yeah, I plead the fifth. Tanya, it did, but you know what the difference was? And I'm sure that they do have counseling and tutors and all that stuff. But when I was in school, our teachers had common sense. There was nothing being taught about gay, LGBTQ. That's not something that you were taught in school. It really was like they taught us about slavery. They taught us about American history. They taught us about American Revolution, world history, etc. I learned all the bad things, and I was able to process, how good it is today. And and I remember Miss Gale. She may she rest in peace. Miss Gale used to help me with my math. She was helping me on trigonometry before I went to calculus. In trigonometry, she was so patient. Uh, she was so good. I love having her as a tutor. And I had a lot of teachers that they would spend time with me, and they really wanted to make sure you learned. They didn't just pass you, go to the next one, go to the no, no, no. They made sure that you passed. Make sure that you were at the level where you were. Otherwise, you go back. And teachers were like second parents to us. They had good common sense. They taught a lot of civics. They taught a lot about patriotism. They taught a lot about loving the USA, respecting the flag. I mean, shit, if you watch me on my show, that's what I was taught. I was taught that in school. I was taught that by my peers, by people around me, veterans and family that go in the military and all this stuff. I learned all those things. And I think that one of the reasons why history didn't affect me that bad with the slavery is because, when I was in second grade, I learned their horrible history in Honduras about the Spaniards and the sacrifices that our natives were doing back then. And so I made peace with it. And I said, we live in a better country today because of the atrocities that we had in the past. The problem is that the politicians that get in office now, is like they didn't learn shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like they didn't learn anything. I learned so many things in school that I don't need in life, but in one way or another, the difficulty of figuring out the problems, I think it helps your critical thinking skills, and they always made us look at common sense. Like here's one common sense thing, okay? One common sense thing. If you don't do drugs, you don't die or get in trouble. You don't go to jail. If you don't commit the crime, you don't go to jail. And I learned that driving with my license. Oh, by the way, I got my enhanced license, baby. Let me show you guys. Got my license. I'm going to show you the old one. Now, don't zoom in too much in here trying to get my personal information. You know what I'm saying? Don't zoom in too much here, huh? Think I don't know you. All right. So, let's see. So, here is my Washington license. Okay, we'll show it like that, okay? That's my Washington license. That's the one where they punch the hole. And if you look at my picture here, I'm trying to block my personal stuff. But if you look at the picture, right? Nothing. Now watch the new one. That's a horrible picture, by the way. But the new one, see that American flag right there? American citizen, baby. There you go. And that is an enhanced license. With that license, I can drive. I can actually go to Honduras. No, not Honduras. Mexico or Canada without a passport. So, yes. American citizen. I love that, right? American citizen right there with that flag. Beautiful. And then you can see up there, enhanced driver's license, baby. Just in case you thought that I was driving illegally. Oh man, feels good. And I didn't get like a privilege of going to driver's school, driver's ed or anything like that. I had to wait till I was 18, and then I went and did my written test. I passed it, and then I went and did my driving test, and I failed it. And I failed it because when they're testing you, if the speed limit says 35 miles an hour, you never hit 35 miles an hour. You always got to drive 1 mile under the speed limit. And then the other thing that failed me was they told me to park at a corner, okay? And they wanted me to back around that corner. And so there was a car coming, and the opposite lane, so I didn't think it was a big deal. And damn, that's a pretty sharp memory. And he was on the other lane, so I didn't think it was a big deal. So I didn't stop. I failed right there. So I came in the next time, and I went and did my driving test again. Parallel parking, piece of cake. Probably the easiest way to park once you learn how to do it. I was very good at parallel parking. They make me park down a hill, uphill, and they just wanted to see the position on the roads or whatever. And Robert, I see that little sign that you're calling. You called the wrong number. And so, I got my license. And when I got my license, it felt so good. I'm telling you, when I got my green card, it was such a proud moment. When I got my license, was almost as great. I was so proud to do things the right way. You know what I mean? I really love that about myself. I pride myself on doing things the right way. And if I had a ticket or two through my whole life driving here, you know what? That's not bad. It's not bad at all. I could still be being a police officer. I wish I would have been an American citizen a long time ago. I wasn't planning on staying living here. I always thought that I would just go and live in Honduras. What's that, Maxi? How do Hondurans feel towards Mexicans? Well, for me and my brothers, man, we love Mexicans. Some Hondurans don't like Mexicans. And I know some Mexicans don't like Hondurans. I'll tell you that right now. We are more competitive, I guess, during soccer, right? Mexico versus Honduras. But, I mean, we've beaten Mexico a few times, but Mexico has kicked our ass many times. And Mexico has gone to the World Cup more than we have. I wish, pardon me, I wish I could coach the Honduras national team. I can guarantee you I'll take it to the World Cup. Guarantee it. Boxing. So I did boxing, taekwondo, and I did a lot of wrestling. But I've never been a fan of boxing. I can watch boxing, but I don't think there's Honduran boxers, bro. I really don't. I've only known Mexican boxers. Mexicans are the ones that like to fight. Mexicans like to box a lot. So, there's been a couple of Mexican boxers that I like. I like Macho Camacho. One of my favorites was the pretty face boy. What's his name? Oscar de la Hoya. He was one of my favorite boxers from Mexico. So that's it. And I haven't been watching boxing too much, but you quit at the right moment, my friend. Good for you. You don't get to be embarrassed. It's getting hot in here. Need to get my AC going. You know what? Yeah. There is no problem with electricity In the neighborhood, well, I don't live there, um, but in the neighborhood where I have family, where I stay when I go to Honduras, there's never a problem with electricity. As a matter of fact, when I was down there and I did my lives in the room, the AC was on. I did my lives in the morning. AZ was on. Electricity was fine. Internet 24/7. However, the water did go out, so they will shut the water off sometimes. And that's just part of bad government management, I think. There is areas in Honduras that they don't get electricity. That's yeah. It's a third world country, brother. There is some third world country shitholes. Uh, they do exist. They do exist. Is that right? Yeah. No, boxing. I'm not a big fan, but you know what's the best thing about watching sports? All right, here I'm gonna let you guys tell me this. Oh, Macho Camacho was Puerto Rican? I thought he was Mexican. Maybe I'm confusing him. Maybe Chavez? Chavez. I think it was Chavez then. No Macho Camacho then. I think it was Chavez. I know he has a son with the same name. Fuck, man, it's been such a long time. You know what I'm saying? It's been decades. What is the best? What is the best thing about watching sports? What is the best thing about watching sports? For you, for you. I know my answer. For you, what is the best thing about watching sports? Now, Brian, if you are still in here, we sort of did it. What is the best thing? What is the best thing that you can have? How's that? What is the best thing that you can have when watching sporting events? Some sport that you love to watch. When we were watching I think we were watching the UFC fight right at the president's at the White House. Okay, so here, so Docito says he unpredictable thrill and the competition. Yeah, yeah, that's one good thing. Low energy jab. The best thing about watching sports is I don't watch sports. Rick says what? What did you say, Rick? Watching sports, I like to bet money on. Okay, fair enough. The competition, the athleticism. Wow. Let's see if somebody hits it. Gary. That's it, my friend. That's it. Listen, watching a sports event, you watch it because you love it. But having friends around, brother, the company that you have next to you while you're watching those sports events, it's what makes it even more special. And I want to tell you, I watched the UFC with Brian. Now, Brian is very far away from me, but I kept texting him and, sending pictures back and forth. And I felt like Brian was right there with me watching it. And I truly enjoyed it. I'm not much for fighting anymore. I don't like to see violence like that. But I enjoyed it. I thought it was great. But the best thing about it was having Brian as company. And I believe Robert, too, was also texting with me. And, it's not something that I do. What was it? I think it was Tanya that says that wasn't Rush Bay or Tanya was not into sports like that, but for some reason the USC fight at the White House. She really enjoyed, and I want to say it was Rush Babe, which is not here yet, but yeah, it's a Roman thing. The fighting, yeah, yeah. They had the gladiators, right? They had those kind of fights and stuff. I don't know, man. I think some of the best boxers are from Mexico. I know there was Pacquiao. Yeah, he was a good boxer too. He's practically Mexican. It's the same shit, same mix, same names and everything. Oh man, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oscar de la Hoya, man. You know what I like about Oscar de la Hoya? Which, by the way, I knocked out this Mexican guy that looked just like him, except he was no Oscar de la Hoya. You know what I mean? I knocked him out twice. But the thing that I liked about Oscar de la Hoya, it's he didn't look like a tough bad guy. You know what I mean? Like just a pretty boy. Just a guy. You know, he loves his wife. You know, loves family, and he's just a badass Mexican. I mean, I don't know if he's a lefty or righty. I don't know about political views, but as a person, I always liked him. I always liked him. I think that he only got pissed off when he should be pissed off. So I can respect that. What? Pacquiao was a professional basketball player? No way. It would have surprised me. But no way. I didn't know that. All I know is that he is a fucking hero in the Philippines. You know what I'm saying? And then what's the other guy that is also a hero or well known or loved in the Philippines? The pool player. What's his name? I don't want to butcher. I don't want to call him something else, but I can see his face. He was one of the best pool players till this day, I think. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. Oh, he's into politics. What has he been saying about politics? Yeah, it's just nobody's perfect, guys. Everybody has opinions, and sometimes people take it too far. I think, but I think that's just people. That's just who we are as humans. Yeah. No, you know what though? Here's the thing, Max. It People that come in here when they hear me cussing at them and shit, and doing all these things, they're asking for it, bro. People ask for it. I told you, look, I can have a great conversation with anybody. You can disagree with me on politics, on anything, but when you start like being all violent and shit and threatening me and things like that, I'm gonna let you have it. That's just that's just how I am. I'm gonna let you have it. No, but I think anybody's welcome into the chat, and you can see some of the mods that always tell people, just behave. Don't come in here being a retard. You know, you can put an opinion, but putting an opinion to say, oh, that's an ugly hat. How does that help the communication here? It doesn't. It just shows me that you don't want respect. You know what I mean? So that's all I say about that. That's all I say about that. Yeah. Yeah, they will never believe me because, you know, I love, I consider all my Latino people my people. But the ones that the way that I know that they're not my people are only when those Latinos are breaking the law and making excuses of why they're breaking the law. And I can't, in good conscience, tell you that it's okay to break the law. I know many people don't like it on the left when I tell them that I used to be a pastor. Now, I was a missionary pastor, not a general pastor, but nonetheless, I was a pastor. And one of the things that because I was a pastor for Hispanic churches, and one of the things that I always say to people, if you are in this country illegally, God does not want you to be here illegally. He wants you to be here legally. You know why? Because that way you will never get deported. And you're going to be even more blessed. But then people, they start seeing more money and they start getting all these materialistic things and they think that's a blessing. It's not a blessing when you're breaking the law. It can be a blessing. It's more of an obstacle or a burden for you to continue to doing what you're doing, and what you're doing is being disobedient. Now, this is just to speak on the religious part of the conversations, right? But I always told them, I was like, listen, I know the whole church is Hispanic. Probably half of them illegal, maybe more. But I always said it. It's not about filling the church with numbers of people. It's about telling the truth, always. Even if it meant losing people. You know what I'm saying? Even if it meant losing friends. Even if it means losing family. Always tell the truth. You got to tell the truth. Burning 47 in the house. The Los Ghettos people are the ones you hear from the most in public. Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing to be afraid of, bro. And if ICE comes knocking on the door, why are you going to make a big deal out of it? You got nothing to hide. Shit. Invite them over. Would you like some coffee? Can I get you something to drink? You know what I mean? Like, people are stupid sometimes. It just seems to be on the left. I don't know why. It is what it is. It is what it is. I like Brandon Tatum. Why do you not like him? Why does he what does he say about black people that you don't like? Like, tell me something that he says about black people that you don't like. Oh, guys, don't forget to hit that thumbs up while you go in here. We had all these people in here. Now we got nobody. And nobody hit the like button. What's going on? Yeah. Yeah, but like the problem with just deporting them is, yeah, we are paying for it. Taxpayers are paying for it. But the thing is, like, they're always, bitching and complaining about due process, they say. Due process. Let's see. I hate Brandon Tatum. He lies about black people. He constantly puts down black people. He generalized black people. He finds a way to make black people the worst thing in society. Okay. So remember what I say on my show here. You've been on here a few times, Didi. Remember this. Every time that I say to people, you fucking libtards, you're retarded, this and that, it's to nobody on the chat. But they always seem to come out and say it. They always seem to come out and put a comment on there. You know what I'm saying? And do this and that. When Brandon Tatum talks, I've heard him. Remember this. He's black. You got to give him that. He's black, and he should be allowed to say what he needs to say as long as it's true. Now, let me tell you what I saw. I don't watch him all the time, but I have seen some clips from him, okay? He points out practically the same things that I point out. And one of them is ghetto mentality. In order for somebody to be, black, they have to commit riots. They got to be ignorant. They got to be stupid. They got to be violent. They got to do all this nonsense type of things. And that's who he's talking to. He's not talking about black people, all black people in general, but there is a lot of black people defending that mentality, that the actions of these bad black folks, that are doing all this shit, the criminalities. And the reason why he gets so hard on them is because the black people blame white people for their kids being baby kids. You know what I mean? You can't do that. I think that's what he does. Brandon Tatum says that Martin Luther King was a fraud, and I am allowed to hate him, and I absolutely hate him. You can hate him all you want. What did Martin Luther King do that was fraud? What do you think that he did that was fraud? Remember, he was a Republican, and then he went to a Democrat because he pushed for socialist activism. That's fine. I believe he was having affairs on his wife. So for him to call himself a minister, I think it's probably the part of it, the Christian part of it, and doing all these illicit things that he was doing. That doesn't take away from the message that he was giving. The message was good. But he can be judged personally, his personal life, if that's what you want to do. But if there's one thing that I know from Martin Luther King is that he always said to not hate the people that we're fighting, because we have to live with those people in the future. And if we hate them, how can we live together? We never will be able to live together. And that message has been ignored by most black people, it seems like. And it's just like, sometimes people will say, well, it's white folks' problem that I'm doing criminal activities. Is it? Really? No. We got to call it for what it is. If you like you like rap, you like hip hop, right? Me too. I do. I like hip hop, and I like rap. What I don't like is gangster rap, degrading women with music. I'm against that shit. Even if it's a black woman or a white woman, even if it's a woman degrading women, I don't like it. I don't support it. And the reason for that is personally, obviously, but the most important reason is we have a young generation of kids who like to imitate anything they watch. And look at the generation that we have today. More violence. We allow illegal immigrants from African countries that it's okay for them to literally rape women out in the open. And they think it's funny. The whole twerking, back that ass up, all these other things. Black people. And everybody else that wants to be black. That black is no good. That black is garbage. Americans, however, that's the good kind of people. That's what Officer Tatum is trying to tell people. The black people are not ghetto. Black people are not criminals. So stop allowing this bad behavior from black people, mostly youth, and start acting like Americans. See, Americans, it's everybody. Everybody together. But there is people that keep bringing the melanin as an excuse for their behavior. I rebuked, not rebuked, I exhorted. I exhorted this Honduran guy because I was doing customer service. And the guy calls me in, right? And we're talking. Very, normal conversation. And we're talking, and the guy, he says right at the end of the conversation, he says, if you don't mind me asking, even at that, he was very educated, respectful. He says, if you don't mind me asking, are you from Honduras? And I said, yeah. I said, yeah, I can tell you're from Honduras by the way you talk. He's like, oh, I knew it. And then he started talking ghetto. Every single word that was cursed. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was cursing. Every single word. Start talking ghetto. If you're mad at something, go ahead, let him rip. But just to identify as Honduran, you thought that you have to act ghetto. You're not. No, that's not Honduran. So that's why I understand Tatum. That's why I understand him when he says that. You got to call it A's and A's and a spade a spade. You know what I'm saying? Let me see what you see. I don't know what you're saying then, because everything I hear him say it, I think is good. He's right. No, he's not disrespect. He's not having you disrespect black people. He's making black people stop defending the bad black people. My shift starts at 6 in the morning. How did you know I worked there? Some bitch. Yeah, the secret is out. I love all until they give me a reason not to. That's it. Just hold them accountable. Don't make excuses for them. People that come in and bring me that race victim card, get the fuck out of here with that shit. You can't bring that with me. My upbringing doesn't allow me to accept victimhood mentality. I have heard him speak in colleges and campuses. The black people come in and like, oh, we're suffering and this and that. And it's like, well, what are you suffering? You look good. You got a nice jacket. You go to a nice college. You get your education. You're looking fine. What's holding you back? Nothing. Only thing that holds people back is excuses. It's that simple. It's just excuses. Yeah. I know a lot about generalizing. I can generalize a lot as well. I think. What do you got? He has like what? 3 million subs. Yeah, he's up there, man. Yeah, don't play the victim anymore. Thank you for your service, by the way. I appreciate that. But don't let that PTSD get in there. Don't let it sneak in there. Especially if you're a 60-year-old black man and you have some history on there. You gotta learn to forgive some of the history. How is that disrespecting black people? Hold them accountable. Hold your people accountable. I hold my people accountable. I hold all American accountable. See, you're saying, here's let me give you a little bit of advice. You need to stop looking at your color. You understand? Now, if somebody uses black to identify these people, which dark skin, that's all that is. But we have Americans. There's law-abiding Americans and there is criminal, non-law-abiding Americans. Right? So if you stop saying black and just say their attitude, their disrespect, their violence, their ignorance, what do you have left? Not the color. You got nothing left. You're just now looking at American. I always say this. Nobody likes the blacks like white people does. Nobody likes Hispanics like white people does. That's just the way it is. Content of their character. That is it. That is it. But color has nothing to do with it. If you only identify with black people because you're black, I don't know what to tell you. You are being racist. If you're black and you only identify with blacks, it's because you're racist. You know, when people come into my show, they come and tell me I'm a traitor, I'm a coconut, I'm a, blah, 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 whatever. They say, how can you betray your own people? And I always take them to the church. I always take them to the cross. One of the disciples brings Mary and Jesus' brother and sister. And they say, Jesus, we brought your family. And he looks at his mom and his brother and sister, and he looks at everybody. And he says, who is my family? Those who do the will of God. So you need to stop calling black black, and you got to start seeing American. It's so hard to untrain the mind so that you can understand. And I'm telling you, as difficult as it is to understand, you need to stop seeing black and you need to start looking at American. Because as long as you keep saying that you are black like those criminals, you're never going to have a solution for the problem. Every fucking time that I hear black people talking about criminals, they always give me the same bullshit. It's because he's black. No, motherfucker. It's because he just killed somebody. 23-time felony. It's not because he's fucking black. It's because he's a fucking criminal. That is what Tatum is saying. For Pete's sakes, here in Seattle, Washington. Don't call me a Christian. Seattle, Washington. The chief of police, a corrupted piece of shit, black man. Go defend that piece of shit. You don't know what he did. You don't know what he did. And he was asked to resign. He was asked to resign, and everybody just came on. They didn't say nothing about what he did. They just said, oh my God, he's black. Who gives a shit? Criminals are black. The fuck you talking about? The criminals are white. The criminals are white. But the fact is, he is bad. And he happened to have, brown melanin, dark melanin. But the black people come on and they come in and say, oh, it's because he's black. And again, no, bitch, it's not because he's black. It's because he's a fucking criminal. It's just not because he is black. I know exactly what he's saying. And I just told you, when people say, if you talk educated, Uncle Tom, why? You racist, ignorant son of a bitch. If a black man is educated, smart, family-oriented, does not commit criminality, doesn't do drugs, he talks with better English than I do, all of a sudden, That guy is an Uncle Tom. But every other black man that calls themselves a nigger, oh, that's a black person. You see the stupidity of that argument. Nigger means ignorant. It doesn't mean Negro. Negro means black. It's a Spanish. It's a Latin word. No, my friend. There's a lot of Americans out there with dark skin that are very smart, good police officers, good Congress, good Senate. Unfortunately, we haven't had a good president, but nonetheless, there is a lot of Americans out there with dark skin who are tremendous. Purple heart and all that shit. Real Americans, talented, smart, successful. Those dark Americans are phenomenal. There you go. She's a police officer. She's not one of those black ghetto people. She's an American woman with dark skin. You see the difference? That is the difference, my friend. What you're telling me about Officer Tatum is just, it throws me off the loop, because I never hear him say anything racist towards black people. He's pointing out the obvious. Your daughter, proof, right there. She black, but to me, she's a dark-skinned American. You probably don't know this. My first two kids are half black. But they're not Honduran. They're American. Now, that's the real precious right there. That's my princess. Oh, that's my queen. My bad. Sorry, baby. Yeah, my first two kids, they're half black. But they're not African. They're not Honduran. They're Americans. You know what I'm saying? Because black people are acting a fool. That's why. That's why. I've watched him enough times, and not once have I heard him saying what you say about black people. That's what you interpret, because you see yourself as a black man. I'm telling you, you need to see yourself as an American citizen. You need to look at yourself as a dark American. That's right, Vilma. And I can tell Vilma's Spanish descent, but yeah, if they're born here, they're American. I love that. That's right, yes. Culture, yes. Teach that. Embrace it. Still have it. That makes them part of it. But they're American if they're born here. Again, I say, listen, when I talk about illegal immigrants, what's the first thing that comes to your mind? Be honest. Be honest. When I say illegal immigrants, what's the first thing that pops into your mind? Hi, Vilma. What's the first thing that pops into your mind when I say illegal immigrants? Is it African heritage? What's their true heritage? It's not the continent. At one point, we were all Africa. Matter of fact, it wasn't called Africa either. It was just all one piece of land. the melanin of our skin changes according to the atmosphere where you live. Why do you think black men over here in America or in colder areas, they're not as dark as some of the hottest areas in Africa? That's what the melanin's for. Yeah. Hispanics, yeah. Yeah, I know what it is. Anglo, too. Pangea. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, don't use color to identify yourself as a human being. You bleed red just like the rest of us. Yeah, when you come to my channel, that race victimhood card shit, that never works. You a black man, you an American is what you are. Or maybe I'm wrong, and all you see is color. But that will make you a racist. Yeah, good one there, buddy. That's a good one, Reed. I'm going to tell you this. The reason why he calls himself a black man, there's only one reason. There's only one reason why you call yourself a black man and can't accept American man. I don't have a problem with people saying I'm a black man. Yeah, I get it. You're a dark man. I got you. But the way you're saying it, the way you're defending the black criminals, the way you say you're a black man, is because you embrace the hateful slavery mentality. I'm right, 100%. What is that? Timed out. For foul language. That's right. And what does that word mean? I told you, I know. I told you. What does negro mean? Oh, I'm sorry, Negro. What does it mean? What does Negro mean? I don't know. Negro? I don't know. No. Well, what? If you consider yourself a color, yeah, but trust me, I know the difference when somebody's describing themselves as a black man and a black man. Like, for example, I know I'm Mayan, I'm Mayan descent. I got some Spaniard descent. You don't hear me saying, "Oh, I'm European, European American." I don't say that shit. You're not African shit. You're American. If you were born here, you're American. No, no. I'm American. Come on. Well, Didi, you can look yourself. You can look at yourself as a victim. Hard to believe since you're a Marine. Or you can be proud of being American who fought for this country. David, I agree. Wordplay is devil play. I can't listen. I got my own podcast. I can't listen to him all the time, but every time that he says something about black people, he's right. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. That's what he says. You Negroes out there playing the victim card mentality, but you're criminals. He's talking to a certain group of people, not all black people. By the way, he's black too. What, Negro? Negro is not racist. It just means black. Negro means black. Come on, man. You're 60. You're better than that. So you think Negro is the same as nigger? Is that what you're saying? Not the same. It's not the same. Here, let's do some history. Let's read what it says. Here we go. First of all, tell me something. Why is it that I would say most black people say the word nigga all the time on the rap songs, hip songs, etc. Nigga this, nigga that, nigga this, nigga that. How come that's okay? Here's what it says. While both roots, I'm sorry, let me get my glasses on. I want to read it word per word. Hold on. Got to get my eyes on. Plus, now it's starting to get dark. All right, here we go. While both words share a root meaning black, from the Latin niger, negro or negro is an older historical descriptor that was standard and acceptable for decades before becoming outdated, whereas nigger is an overt and severely offensive racial slur. It's a big difference. It is a big difference. Any movie, any song, any show with black people, nigga is a word that they say. And they say only black people can say it. I don't give a shit. If black people use it, I'll use it. Not that I do, because, I don't like it, but history is that derived from Spanish and Portuguese words for the color black. That's what Negro means. I think it's funny people find that word offensive, Negro. Negro is the same as black. I don't understand what the problem is. Look, there's another retard here. Trey. Trey is black. I guarantee you he's fucking black. Same ignorant fool. Nigger emerged as a phonetic corruption or alteration of Negro. This is during the colonial era. By the 19th century, it evolved into a deeply derogatory, dehumanizing racial epithet used by white people to demean and oppress enslaved people and enforce white supremacy. Oh, man. And white supremacy doesn't exist to me, but whatever. So, I think that word is racist. The word Negro is not racist. Dewey says ninja. And we know that's the new N-word. Puerto Ricans are mixed. You guys have some black. You guys have some African descendancy there, but you guys are not African Puerto Ricans. You guys are just Puerto Ricans because Puerto Rican is given to the nation, to the nationality of the citizens. Yeah, somehow some people think that in order for me to talk with them, I have to be black for some reason. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Yeah. Some people know. Some people have sense. Joey says, I thought you were a Christian. You're one of those fake Christians. And why don't you go back to Honduras, man? See, you are retarded. You obviously don't pay attention. Otherwise, you would know the answer to that dumbass question. David. Oh, man. These guys, bro. Always blame the white man. I don't play that shit, man. When European... I like people that want to talk about slavery. Like they learn old slavery history. Let's see. When Europeans didn't call slaves by their tribal names, they called by a thing that they can own. You can own an LGBO, but I don't know what the hell that is. But you can own a Negro. Yeah. So what do they call white slaves? What do they call white slaves? I'm looking it up so we can talk about it. Check this out. You ready for this one? I should get mad at you guys. I should get mad at you. I should be offended when somebody calls me Christian. In the mid-19th century, the term white slavery was used to describe the Christian slaves. Oh, man. White slavery was used to describe the Christian slaves that were sold into the Barbary slave trade in North Africa. That's right. That's because the Africans were the ones selling slaves. Isn't that crazy, though? Folks, you can't make this up. You can't make this up. I do. Didi says he has called me a racist slur several times. He has defended Tatum, and he is associated black people with crime. Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of Hispanics that are criminals as well. A lot of illegal immigrants that are criminals. Oh, the Barbary pirates were not black. What were they? Go ahead. What were they? I can't wait to hear this one. Go ahead. Say it. Go ahead. I want you to put it on the chat, Didi. Those people that were selling people, they were not black. What were they? Tell us. Nope. I really thought that you were going to say it. I really thought that you were going to be honest. Didi, I really thought that you were going to be honest. The Barbary pirates were state-sponsored Muslim privateers, thieves, and slave traders. How come you didn't say Muslim? How come you said white? Man, that cracks me up, bro. That cracks me up. Unbelievable. I gave you a chance. I thought that you were going to answer honestly. You couldn't say it, could you? Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-dum. Ba-ba-da-bum, ba-ba-dum-dum-dum. Man, I love being right all the time. Love being right all the time. Common sense, guys. Common sense. I really thought, okay, I'm driving now, so if I lose you, sorry about that. I really thought that he was going to answer the correctly, but he chickened out. Did he? You chickened out. Oh, white Muslims. Oh, yeah, because white Muslims was so popular in the Barbary Wars. Yeah, Muslims are white. I got you. Yeah. Oh, man. Unbelievable, man. I can't believe that you are insulting Muslims by calling them white. That is racist, bro. That is racist, bro. Yeah. Oh, man, that's crazy, man. Hey, man, sir, you need to forgive. You need to forgive white people. Listen, if we are going to hate white people for being racist, then we're going to hate black people for being criminals. How's that? You agree with that? If I'm going to hate white people for being racist, I am going to hate black people for being criminals. How do you feel about that statement? I'm going to park because I want to read and see if you answer that. True that, says fair deal. These people talking shit, they don't know Africa still has slaves today. That is true. They were Muslims. Doesn't say white Muslims. These are facts from the View. Ah, man, I love it when good people come into my channel, man. Let's see. I know that you hate black men. I have no illusion that you don't hate black people. Well, I don't hate my children and they're black. So I don't know what the hell you're smoking over there, sir. Just put down the pipe. Don't smoke any more crack. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Honduras, when Honduras had a good education, they don't have good education anymore. Let's see. Let's make a bet. Do you agree that white people are racist? Well, that's good for you, Diddy. Do you believe white people are racist? It's cracking me up, bro. Oh, man. I'm asking a question. Just answer the question. Do you believe white people are racist? So why do you believe that Tatum talks about all black people and not just the criminal black ones? Then you have no brain. You have no fucking brain if you think that I'm a racist. You have no idea. I already told you they're Muslims. What the hell are you smoking? True that. Tatum is able to distinguish the two types of blacks out there. 100%. I like how he says white Muslims. You think Jews are white? You think Arabs are white? So how big is the house so that I can go and claim it Everybody make sure that that you are witnessing to this bet. You guys ready? Double D owes me a house. No, the Barbary pirates were not white. They were mixed. They were mixed with North Africans, Ottoman Turks, and European renegades who captured white European and American Christians. They were black. Jerry Seinfeld is Jew, not white. Unbelievable, bro. Unbelievable. This guy bet the house. He bet the house, bro. You guys are my witness, man. Double D bet the house, and now it's mine. Send me the address. I want you out by the end of the month. Oh my gosh, bro. We're in the money. We're in the money. Hey guys, I got a house for sale. I don't want to move to where Diddy lives. There's probably more retards like him. I'm just selling the house that I just won. Don't worry, calling you a retard is not racist. What a fool. What a fool you are. Can't believe that you're that old and you are a fool. Unbelievable. You know, that's the problem when people just put things in their head. They hear somebody say something and they just accept it. You know why I argue with people like you? Because I go look shit up. I go make sure that actually happens. I go make sure I learn the history. I got a book on Barbary Wars. I read the whole thing. I love history. That's what I went and find out, that the Native Americans owned African American slaves. Nobody on the legacy media, nobody, no activists, no socialist Democrats, none of them go and say Native Americans and black free men also had African slaves. None. Believable. Man, I love you guys. Hey, thank you guys for being here with me. I know. I can talk for hours. You guys know this. It is the weekend. Good conversations. Thank you for the calls. I know Jonathan wants to stay on the phone the whole time, but gotta leave the lines open for somebody else. Plus, I do gotta pay attention to some of those comments in there. Even though they don't put super chats, it's okay. It is still entertaining. Yeah, man. Well, we're always trying to stay safe. You know what? But God is my protector. He's my provider. God is everywhere. You guys know, man. You know, we all have our time schedule. Look at Didi. Didi and a lot of people in the military are back home. And some of them didn't come back. So my respects for him serving this country, but he is still a fool. I'm going to tell you that right now. He is still a fool. Don't be a victim. Be an American. Asshole. Don't be a color. Be an American. Remember, once a Marine, always a Marine. Don't forget your oath. Don't forget your oath. White people are just as Americans as black people. just as Americans as Hispanic migrants that are citizens. That is the American way. Don't label yourself a color. You can always say, you know, I'm a dark skinned, I'm a black man, if you're describing yourself. But when you say, I'm a black man, not an American, that's a big difference, my friend. That is a big difference. You see, I don't say I'm a white Hispanic. I'm an Indian Hispanic. I'm American. And I can say I'm Honduran American because I was born in Honduras. You were not born in any country or anywhere close the African continent. Your skin is just dark. That's it. There's nothing different between you and me. Well, there is a difference. You're a fool and I'm not. That is the only difference. Yeah, man. You gotta be better for you, man. You gotta love yourself, man. You gotta forgive people. Love yourself. When you do that, you're gonna be free. You know what I'm saying? I can guarantee you, everybody on this chat right here, we all see you as an American and we thank you for your service. Stop looking at yourself as some low-down criminal black man. My respects to Officer Tatum. I love Officer Tatum. I don't agree with everything he says, but I'm going to tell you something. If you had the nerves to say something about Tatum, I want you to go say something about Stephen A. Smith. Now that motherfucker, he flip-flops a lot. He flip-flops and he does it for the money. That simple. I don't do it for the money. I need the money, but I don't do it for the money. You know what I'm saying? See, I grew up knowing, believing that a black man is no less than I am, and I am no less than them. I come from a country where we were one. That's it. Nowadays, now they're playing the whole racist victimhood card as well because of American fucking influence. But that is not how we were in Honduras. We were just one people. Honduran, period. Look at our soccer team. Most of the soccer team is black. We love all of our Honduran brothers and sisters. And we punish the criminals, not the law-abiding citizens. With that being said, thank you guys for being here with me on this beautiful Saturday. You guys have a wonderful night. God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. Let's go. Till next time, you all be good. Peace. Before I hit peace,